done by
time is, if we're going to have a chance to get done at 3:30, we better get started. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call us to order. If we could, let's stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I don't have any great speech planned for the beginning of another budget hearing, but wanted to mention first and foremost any department heads or anyone that needs to address council so that you can be recorded. There's a spot right over there by Ben that can be your hot seat, so to speak. So if you're needing to come up and address the council, that will be the spot. And I will turn it over to Jennifer or Doug for the reading of our ordinances to start out with.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead if that's okay.
Yes.
So you have several ordinances here that you would hear on first reading. Obviously, as you go through the budget hearings and make changes, we will keep track of those, and then what you officially adopt September 10th would be a second reading. So initially we have the salary ordinance, which was prepared at a 3% increase with some other things going on in different departments, stipends and whatnot. And then after the fact, we also have prepared a 5% salary increase. So we have both of those calculated, and we'll have you approve whichever you decide on. As far as Tippecanoe County's budget, go to that one. Okay, so this is in Gateway, and we submit what was requested. It spits out as adopted, but that will, again, we'll make those changes in Gateway to correspond to the changes you make today and have you approve a final. I did approve or advertise some budgets slightly higher than what the departments asked for, and that's in the case of you shift things around or want to approve more in a certain fund based on cash balance, that sort of thing. So did advertise some of those a little bit higher. Tax rates are dependent on assessed value, and I certified the net assessed value on Friday. So I was assuming the best guess was a 10% increase, and it came in at 9.54. So a lot of the numbers that we'll be working on are really close to that. Although I will have a couple of changes. We go through the property tax funds to adjust not just the property tax line, but excise and fit and all of the ones that are dependent on the levy. And then you have additional ordinances related to the Solid Waste Management District. You review the Little Weaw Conservancy District. And then we have an ordinance related to using the recorder's record perpetuation fund. So I guess we can go ahead and get started with the hearings of those, and then we can talk specifically general fund.
Okay. So I will take a motion to approve ordinance 2024-12-CL, which is the salary ordinance on first reading.
Jennifer, do you need to know what our recommendation is in terms of the percent raise, the 3% or 5% right now, or is that down the road?
It would be down the road.
Okay.
Anything you talk about afterward, we would make changes.
Okay.
So.
All right, thank you. I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance number 2024-12-CL.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilman Richard to approve ordinance 2024-12-CL on first reading. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do roll call.
Hamilton? Aye. Basham?
Aye.
Dullum?
Aye.
Murray?
Aye.
Richard?
Aye.
Vernon?
Aye.
Underwood?
Aye.
Okay, ordinance 2024-12 CL passes 7-0 on first reading.
And now ordinance 2024-13-CL for the overall rates.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2024-13-CL.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilman Richard to approve ordinance 2024-13-CL on first reading. Discussion. If not, we'll go ahead and do the roll call.
Basham? Dullum?
Yes.
Murray?
Aye.
Richard?
Aye.
Vernon?
Aye.
Underwood?
Aye.
Hamilton?
Aye.
Okay, that ordinance passes 7-0 on first reading.
Next up, we have ordinance 2024-14-CL, solid waste district on first reading.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance 2024-14-CL.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilman Richard to approve ordinance 2024-14-CL, solid waste district on first reading.
Dullum?
Aye.
Murray?
Aye.
Richard?
Aye.
Vernon?
Aye.
Underwood?
Aye.
Hamilton?
Aye.
Basham?
Aye.
That ordinance passes 7-0 on first reading.
And then ordinance 2024-15-CL, the Little Weal Conservancy, first
Make-
reading.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance number 2024-15-CL.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilman Richard to approve ordinance 2024-15-CL, Little Weal Conservancy on first reading.
Murray?
Aye.
Richard?
Aye.
Vernon?
Aye.
Underwood?
Aye.
Hamilton?
Aye.
Basham?
Aye.
Dullum?
Aye.
Ordinance 2024-15-CL passes 7-0 on first reading.
And then lastly, ordinance 2024-16-CL, the records perpetuation.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance number 2024-16-CL.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Murray, a second from Councilman Richard to approve ordinance 2024-16-CL, the Recorders Perpetuation Fund on first reading.
Richard?
Aye.
Vernon?
Aye.
Underwood?
Aye.
Hamilton?
Aye.
Basham?
Aye.
Dullum?
Aye.
Murray?
Aye.
Ordinance 2024-16-CL passes 7-0 on first reading.
Okay. So we'll start into discussion about general fund revenue and budgets. Do we want to go immediately to salaries, or would you rather go with revenue first?
Does not matter to me. I would like to have the discussion of 3% versus 5% when we get to the general fund department line
Okay.
items.
All right. Well, then let's go through the revenue, and then we'll get to that
Okay.
as soon as we get into the spending.
Okay, so a few on the property tax side. Again, it wasn't too far off from what I estimated for net AV, so I have just a few changes here, somewhat minimal, but are slight increases, so I'm going to adjust those. And then we get into the rest of the revenues, user fees and whatnot.
Are you looking for changes in the revenue line?
Yes.
Okay, I've got one. On 0412, from Judge Graham, the juvenile institution. Due to some changes in the law, she can't reimburse nearly as much as what she thought, so we reduced that down from 33,000 to 10,000.
Figured that was coming. Guess I should also open with the fact that I assumed a 97% budget spend rate. We've gone anywhere from 93 to 95. And so I put in 97, assuming that a lot of our positions that have been vacant might be more filled in the coming year. So if at some point you feel like that percentage needs to be adjusted, we could do so. But basically, the gap to close is, after the changes we've made so far, 1.85 million.
Okay.
And that would bring us to 97%.
Any other changes that anyone noted on revenue?
At 3% salary increases.
Yeah.
And we can adjust either 2024 second half or 2025 revenues if you have any.
Can I see the bottom line? And how big of an increase is that percentage-wise from 2024?
Am I doing that right?
Well,
8.6. We could address the lit number. We received those in the past few weeks. So what I estimated here was roughly 5% increase, and also some amount of a special distribution. If we look at history on that, on the special distribution anyway, a 3-year average would be 1 million. That seems quite high to me, considering it looks like they look at the trust fund balance every 4 to 5 years and give a significant payout, and we received that payout in '24, so I'm thinking that it's going to drop back down. Like you can see here, it just 21, 22, and then 23 it jumped up again, and 24 it really jumped up. So I'm thinking we're on the lower side now. So I was looking at either using a 90% or a 50% of the 3-year average. In addition to, these numbers here show exactly what we are getting for our distribution for lit. So if we use the 50%, then that number could be 13.8 million. If we use 90, it would be a little bit higher than that. Does anybody have any feelings one way or the other?
Your gut's telling you to be closer to the 50% mark, just based on historical and what you know in all things. So with that, Jennifer, I obviously trust your judgment completely, so I would recommend the 50% amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a significant increase there for us.
Jennifer, did you say that the projected 2024 carryover to 25? Do you know what that would be?
Cash balance for general fund, I do have that. So I have it for several funds, not all of them, but I would expect if we spent 97% of our current budget by the end of the year, and are still conservative on revenues, that our general fund balance would drop to 17 million from 24.6. Again, that's being very conservative. And then if we're looking at what we have proposed for revenue and proposed for budget, and we had a 1.9 million gap, which is down to 1.4 now. I would expect at the end of '25 that we would have 15 million, which, taking into consideration your minimum balance, you would have 4 million available to work with. So I don't know if that answers it directly, but I am kind of keeping track of this as we go. So.
Anyone have other revenue lines that they would like to visit, make changes to, or recommend changes to? Or satisfied with?
Soil and water, do we know, did anyone meet with soil and water?
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
with,
Do we know if they will have the reimbursement for the rural conservationists again?
they're anticipating, yes, they will.
Okay. So I think we can add some to that line item. 32. I'd have to look at what we need to add. I'm
Can't
just going to
remember what
say,
it was.
I'm going to say 45,000 for now. Any other line items?
No, because most of the ones that I met with all were pretty comfortable with where we were in terms of their estimates for '25.
And carry home, we still think is good per diem? Yep. Interest, I think Yadira and I felt comfortable with that, assuming there's going to be some type of drop in the next year, but we said that this year too, and it hasn't.
Right. Didn't develop.
I can say that on this auditor line item, in the past, we always gave 20,000 from the plat book fund as support because the general fund paid for a GIS position and couldn't support the GIS position in full, but I've rearranged some things, and so I'm paying for the GIS position from the plat book now, and so I reduced this, so it really is a wash, but it doesn't look like it here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, I've never seen the revenue go this easily.
Yeah. Typically, there's a lot more activity here. If there's nothing else, we'll move on into the.
Sorry, I missed your call.
Move on into spending. So we'll start out with salary discussion, 3 versus 5.
So in this case, You can see the 1.4 if you stay with the budget as proposed. I did have some slight changes when I actually put the calculations in at 3%, so I do have a difference here of 100,000, and I think that's just departments have asked for things that we weren't aware of in calculating the salaries, so that made sense. But then I have a 5% column where we've plugged in what those salaries would look like at the 5%. So I can work with one of these three columns. I can't work with all three. So if you want to work with three and have the discussion later, that's totally fine. If you want to have it now, that's fine too.
What's the
I would-
thoughts?
So
What- yeah.
I'd prefer, for me, the 5%, work with the 5% line.
Me too.
Okay.
I feel
So let me
confident.
confirm, the commissioners have recommended 5%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we said that our revenue has increased more than that.
Yes. Okay, so this
So-
other column will keep track of differences then, so you can see the difference of what that 5% is from what was requested.
Okay. So moving forward, at 97% of budget spend, we need to be at basically just a little over 2 million. Okay. We can do
Yeah, we could do it.
it. All right.
Yeah, me too.
We're at the beginning. We should have confidence right now.
Yeah.
Maybe later this afternoon. We'll see. All right.
Talk to us at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Do we want to, is there a particular order that we want to try to stick with, or do we just want to go right through alphabetically like they're listed in the book and plow straight forward?
That's how you usually start. I
That's
know you
how we
get off
typically start, but
track,
I just wanted to check and see if there was
Yeah.
some other
Yeah.
desire by a council before we just started in.
Kevin, I don't know if there's, did you skip public?
Oh, I didn't, yes, thank you, Doug, for keeping me on track there. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment about our budget and agenda items to come before us this morning? I don't see a stampede, so we're going to move forward. We'll go into the auditor.
Well, as I mentioned, I rearranged a few things, so my overall budget was a little bit lower than 3%. Probably not now, but it had grown by 0.7% prior, so I'm hopeful that I can keep that as is. Most of our operating supplies and whatnot are paid with other funds, such as ineligible deductions and plat book.
No.
Okay. Any
We're paid
questions or changes from council? Excuse me. Not, we'll move on to the treasurer. Any changes to be noted there?
I don't know if your deer is
John,
here.
yeah, John Barry.
There you are.
Oh, you did?
I'm right here,
He's
hi.
here.
Yeah, the only change this year is we're bringing printing back in-house, and, our budget decreased because of that. We increased, we're going to need papers and forms, so that increased on that end, but, yeah, that's the only change I have.
Okay. John and Barry, did you have any notes? Okay. Then we'll move on to surveyor. Is Zach, do you want to come on up? The other question, council, is do we want to, when any department heads are up here, do we want to cover their other funds while they're here, or do we want to just go through general fund, cover them all? Okay.
Very good.
Good morning, Zach.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see all of you.
Good to see you.
It's beautiful outside. A little warm, but it is August, so. Well, thank you for hearing me this morning. I'll try to keep it moving. We'll be respectful of your time. I know you got a very important job to do today. So as far as the surveyor's office general fund budgets, we have two, the surveyor and the drainage board fund. There's not a whole lot to talk about, I don't think. It's pretty much consistent with what it has been historically. I'm happy to answer any questions. When we get to the non-general funds, I do have a couple things I want to bring to your attention, but
You increased the engineer and architect line 5,000.
yes. Hang tight, just move here. There it is. Yes, and that's just due to increase in cost and some projects coming through, but for the most part, I think everything else is the same.
It is, yep.
Is that which?
Pretty flat request this year.
Zach, this is just always a question when we look at budgets and we look at part-time.
Sure.
You have an amount in there for part-time, 9975, and you haven't used any? 22, 23.
Yes, yeah, so last year, so historically, I've always kept a little bit of money in there because we've tried to hire some part-time help throughout the year. Last year, if not the year before, those, or that line item was zeroed out. And so I put a little bit of money in there this time just to try to have some money there. But if it's deemed inappropriate, then we can zero it out. And if I hire somebody, I can always come back and ask later. If that's what you want to, if that's how you want to handle it, that's fine.
That'd be a good idea. Thank you.
Do we want to zero that one out? What's the thoughts of the council? Keep it consistent? Okay.
And could
Any
you
other?
talk,
Oh, go ahead, Lisa.
could you talk a little bit about the $5,000 for software? Are you buying some new software, I assume? Is that
Yeah, I
what
would
it is?
like to. Long story short, we have two archaic systems in my office that we've had for years. One is a Microsoft Excel, I won't say program, but something that we've created in-house, basically between our office and mainly the IT office, to manage the individual drain maintenance funds, to keep track of those. I would like to update that, and then that rolls right into the next issue that I have. We've historically used a access database to keep track of all of the development projects coming in through my office, which is a large number over the years. And so the problem with both of those systems is that they were both created in the, say, mid-2000s, we'll say 2004, 5, 6-ish time frame. They've served us very well. There's a couple problems. First, they're the folks that helped design them and put them together are no longer here, and nobody knows how to work on them. And so anytime we have problems, it keeps getting worse every time. And so with that said, the second thing is they're very non-user friendly. And so I'm worried that if it does, or either one of them crash at some point in time, we're not going to be able to put Humpty Dumpty together again. So I would like to move into a software package for both, or maybe it's one package that does both scenarios for us or both jobs for us. And I don't know what that animal looks like just yet. Jennifer and I have had some conversations with, maybe piggybacking on to another department's vendor if another department's looking at software. So I don't have the answer to that specific question yet, but the reason why I put the money in there is because I would like to advance and replacing that software. So I'm happy to, if we need to adjust it somehow, that's fine. But generally speaking, that's why the money's there, because I've got to do something for our office long term. The problem is I don't have the solution as we sit here today.
Is that part of what we discussed with the
It could
EDIT
be,
money?
yeah,
Okay.
it could be, Jennifer, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, if you wanted to, decrease that and we use the EDIT funds, then, so be it. I just want to make sure we have funds to be able to do what I got to do, so.
Okay, what's the thoughts of council as far as that particular line? Where does it belong more appropriately?
I think since we don't have a hard cost of that, that maybe we reduce that to 2,500.
Sure, I'm fine with that, yeah, yeah. Because I wish I had a better answer for you, but I don't. I'm hoping that we're able to expend these funds the last half of 2025, but, because we're working on a solution, but as I said here, I don't have it. So that's fine. If you guys feel like that's good, I'm good with that.
Is that okay with council? Lisa?
I'm just wondering what the philosophy that we want to have as a council about something like this. Is this like, he wants to get new software, I think that's great, but do we want to wait until he has a more firm position before we allocate the money, or do we think it's okay to allocate it now? That's just a philosophy of
Right. It's a good
what we
question.
want to do as a council, just, and trying to be consistent, which I don't know the answer. I'm just wondering as a council if we have some thoughts on that.
And you ultimately requested, though, like 50,000 for this sort of thing, like the project databases and consulting out of
And
EDIT. So would it make sense to have that all together?
All
We
as
together.
opposed
could do it that way, yeah.
Yeah, in EDIT instead of in general fund.
And then what you and I talked about was 25 each year for 2 years.
Mhm.
And so if we left it at 25, does that kind of encompass this
It's-
5,000?
Since we
or-
haven't talked about that, assuming that that's going to get approved, yeah, that would be fine. Yeah, we can certainly do it that way, yeah.
Okay. Is that acceptable? Okay.
And then the professional services and other 7,000, is that also just in case you need it, or is that a firm or more?
No, we typically use those funds, I guess.
There's been nothing in the past.
Well, let's see. It may have been. I think that's one of the ones I added to have more flexibility. Yeah, so no, it's not geared toward any one project, but it allows me flexibility moving through because things come up throughout the year and I just don't know.
So have you had spending in that particular category before? Because we're not showing anything on our end.
I think I may have, I don't, Jennifer, do you have the history on this? Because I think,
Yeah, it was nothing.
It-
It's a
yeah,
new
so-
line item.
yeah, that's what I thought. It's a new line item, yeah. Because we've had things come up and I've had, because I don't have this line item in these funds, I've had to pull it from other places and that's why I put it in here, yeah. Yeah, but for me to tell you, do I have 5 projects for next year? No, but what I can tell you is I've done this a while and things come up throughout the year, almost every year, And I didn't think it was fair to keep pulling stuff from other places, so I just added it in there. But I'm happy to work with you and do whatever we need to do. But that's was my rationale behind it, good or bad.
So I guess I'm curious, where have those expenditures showed up?
Historically? Yeah, usually out of Phase 2, but see, since we waxed the Phase 2 and moved it over, last year when all of that happened, it created some issues on my end, and I'm still trying to figure it all out. And so, because the way, I guess the shortest way to say it is that we had a pretty streamlined process, and I knew, just based off a historical flow of work, had a good feel for what was happening. Well, I'm not sure what the right words are, but we've basically done away with the 4897 fund and moved those monies into EDIT. or
Started
kept them
paying
in
for
EDIT.
Phase 2 out of EDIT
Yeah.
rather than the
Yeah.
Phase 2 fund, yes.
So when we did that, so to answer your question, historically, it's come out of that Phase 2 fund, but that Phase 2 fund's not there anymore.
Right.
And so I was trying to provide some cushion because there is no cushion this year. I was just here a few weeks ago because we had to do some housekeeping, and that all resulted from that. So, like I said, and a lot of the work that I do, I can't sit here and tell you that it's A, B, C, D, it doesn't work that way. And so, the short answer to this question is that I put that in there because or resulting from what had happened last year, because there wasn't enough funds in the other fund. So, like I said, good or bad, that was the rationale. I tried to make sure we had money to cover things, because there hasn't been this year. Historically, there was, because of what Jennifer just said. But we've been short on money in the Phase 2 account this year, mainly because of the transfer, and there's been some other things happen too, but that's it in a nutshell.
So I think we should just leave it there because he knows that it's coming up. So it's just, but there's not the resources he had in the past to go to the others.
Any other thoughts? Leave it?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was being paid in a different fund, and now he's just calling it out as a separate line item.
Here in the general fund.
So we're seeing it.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion related to that? Okay. Maybe reserve the right to come back if we need to. Okay. All right. If there's nothing else here on the general fund, we'll move to page 62 out of eat it. Yep.
Are all the non-general fund fair game now, Kevin?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
we're moving on
Yep,
to.
Yep,
Yep.
okay. So if I may just jump in here real quick, I want to make sure that, I think generally speaking, all the non-general fund budgets are pretty straightforward. As I said, with the exception of the Phase 2 rollover into EDIT. And I think Jennifer and I has met a couple different times here in the last few weeks. And I think we're getting that streamlined, and hopefully it'll be much better moving forward. But what I really wanted to draw your attention to this morning is on the section corner perpetuation fund. I'm trying to make sure I have it here.
Which is on page what?
Should be 1202-0410. Excuse me.
What fund number was that?
Yeah, I think it's 1202-0410.
Yeah, 1202 is the corner perpetuation, page
Yeah.
81.
So what I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, and I can go through the history if we need to on this, but the condensed version of the story is, I don't remember exactly how many years ago, but it's been 3, maybe 4. We had used more salary out of this particular fund. And at the time we did that, I supported it because there was sufficient funds coming in to support that. What we've noticed in the last, say, 2 years, it started last year, has gotten worse this year. And I've talked to our recorder, Christy Martin, and she certainly confirmed what my calculations were showing. And the bottom line is there's less money coming in that fund than there has been in a long, long time. The reasoning from speaking to Christy, she's seen the same thing, obviously, in her, and I won't speak for her, but from our conversation, I believe she's seen the same thing in the Recorder's Perpetuation Fund. And with the interest rates being higher, less people, less business taking place, basically, is the short version of the story. So less documents being recorded, less refinancing, so on and so forth. And so I don't have the exact numbers in or percentages, but I can tell you the rough numbers. Historically, they had been bringing in somewhere in the neighborhood of about $130,000 a year. Now it's bringing in about 180, or I'm sorry, not 180,000. It's about let's see, 40 to 55,000 short, roughly speaking. So, which ironically enough is about how much is the salary burden that we had placed on there. So real quickly, what I'm trying to say is that there's not enough money coming in this fund to support it the way it is right now. And so what I would like to do, at least temporarily, I'm asking and requesting that we move some of that salary out, whether we do it all at once this year or we phase it from this year or next year. But at some point in time, we have to do something. I guess I'm asking to move that that decrease or deficiency over to eat it or some other place. But I think when Jennifer and I spoke, and Jennifer, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I think we both felt like eat it would be the most appropriate place. I have not had a chance to talk to the commissioners about this yet, but that's what I wanted to bring to your attention. That's the issue that we need to discuss or problem we need to solve. So.
Right, same with, other funds that their revenue fluctuates from year to year. We're not seeing as many refis, so the revenue in this fund is going down. The position that he's talking about is already funded 50%, I believe, out of EDIT, and 50% out of this fund.
Yeah.
So I think he's asking for the short term, couple years maybe, shift it 100% to EDIT, and then bring it back as this fund can recoup.
Yeah. I would assume it'll come back, and so when that happens, we can move it back. But at least temporarily, I'm asking that we move it out of there because it doesn't have it can't support it. So,
What's the current balance in there? I know it's roughly $300,000, 200.
290, 288.
So if interest rates start going lower, which is what Paul said not that long ago, last week, won't we expect that fund to start picking up as we get refis and the real estate market picks up again?
yes, I would. My concern is I don't know if that's going to happen fast enough before it runs out of money next year. That's the worry.
So how much are we eating into that balance every year?
About 150,000.
We're spending $150,000 more than we're.
The budget
we're
is about
taking in?
150, so it's been using cash balance, if that's what the,
Yeah, look at that. So
Yeah.
about
So
30,000, so they used about 30,000 last year in '23. This year we're about 33,000. Can I do math? A little less than that,
90 versus 150, so
Yeah.
60.
So about
just
another
wondering if we're-
60, roughly 60, and an additional 60.
Are we acting too quickly to change it? Can we wait another year, or do we need to do it this year and see what happens?
That's your point. We've got 288 now.
Yep.
We're going to give an additional, and then we take 150, so we'll still have a balance.
Right.
A balance of pretty much what our expenditures would be for the next year if we keep it at the same.
If we
on
kept
the
it the
track.
same.
So maybe we should just keep an eye on this and do it next year. Realize that next year at this time, we may be talking about doing that.
Yeah. If the revenue keeps going down, but there's a, it sounds like it might actually go up next year.
We hope so.
But it's something to earmark if we need to keep a close eye on.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, I mainly wanted to
Yeah.
bring it to your attention. You know, I was working through my budgets, I was crunching numbers, and it didn't take long to figure out it wasn't gonna work, so I just wanted to let everybody know. Yeah, I'm fine with doing that if you guys feel like that's the best thing to do, but I'm just bringing it to your attention. Right now, it's not self-sustaining, so.
Right.
It'll be on the watch list.
Sure,
Is that
yeah.
versus
Right.
Little at a
50%?
time, right.
And that's
Right.
mainly why I wanted to bring it to your attention, because I didn't know if you wanted to think about phasing it or not, so.
Is that what we want to do, council? Okay. Okay.
Other than that, that was the only two things I wanted to bring your attention, is that, I mentioned the phase two, we moved that over earlier, and then I wanted to bring the section corner perpetuation deficiency out. So those are the only two things that I had that I wanted to bring to your attention. I think everything else is straightforward. It's consistent with years past, so.
Okay.
And if, yeah, so I'm happy to answer any questions about anything else, but that's it. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
We do everything.
Do we, yeah, did we leave everything else the same then? Other than the changes we made in general fund?
At the eat it part, or do we want to do eat it all at
Well,
once?
that's what, did we make any changes to eat it?
We haven't been there yet.
Okay, that's page 61 or 62.
And I have changes to that number if you want me to go ahead with that.
Okay.
You don't have to put quite as much. Now, Zach, one of the revenue line items for EDIT is your reimbursement now for architecture and engineering services that you're billing for.
Yeah.
And I have that at 60,000. Is that's been that way for quite some time? Is that still?
Yeah, that's pretty
Pretty
fair.
accurate.
Historically, that's shooting low just a little bit, but I think for as far as budgeting goes, that's a good number to use, yeah. And obviously, that fluctuates every year, and some years can be drastic. It just depends on how many projects are moving through. And we have been slower than normal, just because, I'm sure there's a lot of things to factor into it, but one thing I know just from feedback that I hear with construction loans been a little higher. I know there's some folks that have tabled some things, but anyway, so, going back to the previous conversation, if interest rates start ticking down a little bit, things might start, ticking back up. So anyway, all I'm trying to say is just know that number is a very rough number. It's an educated guess, and I can tell you from historical experience, it can fluctuate drastically, so.
And then we talked about adding a couple of your capital items that did not make it anyplace else to some of your existing line items here, so. 3190. We talked about bumping this 325 up to 400,000.
Yes, that's right. That was one of the numbers that was adjusted last year. So if you notice, well, I think if we're looking at the same thing. I think we're pretty close. Mine's a little different, but historically, that line item was up around 300, 325, 350, whatever it was, is roughly around that neighborhood. For conversation purposes, I would have said it was 300, and we cut it basically in half. I think it was a pre-out right there, the approved 24 was 187. So ironically enough, we ran out of money in that budget in about the end of, well, halfway through the year. In June, July-ish, we ran out of money. So that was one of the reasons why I was here at the last meeting, this fund here. So anyway, I'm bringing that to your attention. And then when Jennifer and I met, I asked her if we could move that to 400 because I feel like that's the best thing to do. So to make sure we have sufficient funds in that line item. So that's it. That was the reasoning behind that move.
Okay. Any other line items?
And then we also talked about increasing your office supplies for some chairs. What did we say, 2,000?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I think that was it then.
Okay. Any other notes?
Yes, we talked about that. That's your 2.5 million for the project you have.
Oh, yeah.
For the what?
The John Bowes.
Oh, okay.
Said
Yeah.
boat.
That's what I thought he said. I thought he said
Boat. We thought you said boat.
I was like, oh, the sheriff's going to be in for his helicopter if you vote.
No, John Bowes, B-O-E-S. That's the last name of the county regulated drilling. Sorry. I get accused for mumbling sometimes, Kevin, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was like, what?
Yeah,
We're all paying
I
attention.
understand. That's why I wanted to spell it. It is not a boat. No, certainly not.
So for several years, you were receiving an appropriation from EDIT for these big projects and basically have, by the end of this year, depleted that. So you don't have much to encumber to
Yes.
carry over into next year.
That's correct.
Because that's what we were looking at, Dave, was if he had a couple million to encumber and carry over, maybe he didn't need a new appropriation, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
This is in a tip area.
No, it's not. We are cost sharing some of the project. The culverts are being under Salisbury County Farm Road in Payne City. So we are cost sharing, but that's coming out of phase 2 for stormwater utility fees, yeah.
How are we? Oh, go ahead, Tom, sorry.
What is the timeline for that?
Bidding it out late this year. I
Okay.
expect it to be under construction by the spring of '25. next year.
Because, there will be IDD money
Oh,
that will come in through that. I don't know
sure.
when that will happen.
Okay.
But, yeah, in the process, and that, if I understand right, that money just goes to the general fund. So,
Yeah.
but I don't know how that'll have to be a decision of council, how those funds are budgeted. The IDD money for the SK Hynix project.
Is that something we should account for?
Well, I don't know when that starts to generate, so. I don't
believe
it'd
we
be
should
risky
either.
to budget it for 25, that's for sure.
Yeah. We don't have enough to go on.
Is that a one-year project then?
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, these monies will be expended in 2025, yeah.
Okay. Okay. How are we on total EDIT with that change?
Well,
Or do we even need to evaluate that at this point?
so it's, if you're just looking at 25 revenue and budget, it's upside down by 1.1 million, 1.2. It just depends on if commissioners want to dip into cash balance or not. They don't typically spend 100% of their budget, but I assume that for the purposes of this cash flow that they do.
Mm-hmm. So that's something
So you
at
still
least
have
keep in the back of our minds.
Yeah, 6 million
Okay.
to work with above the minimum balance.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. If we're comfortable, we'll move forward then? Okay. Next up, 81. Did we already talked about that. That's
Did we just
perpetuation.
Are we going back to other funds of Zach's, or are we going back to general fund?
Do we have any others that we need to evaluate or look at?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't think so. I mean, everything's consistent with where it has been historically. And we have the miscellaneous funds, for the regional detention facilities.
Yeah.
That's consistent with historical practice, so. Like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions, but to my knowledge, everything's fairly straightforward and consistent with historical policy and processes.
John and Barry, did you have any notes that we need to attend to?
Not in addition to what we've already spoken.
Revolving fund. Good to go.
Okay. We okay to go back to general fund? Okay. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, everyone.
Eric is at a conference this week. I believe he does have staff on standby if we need anything. The one item that he and I talked about is pay for the Property Tax Board of Assessment, what their pay is. And last year, we had some discussion around how much per day and what that pay would look like. He did not submit anything for 25, leaving it up to this board to decide. He sent me some data from other counties that indicates they pay anywhere from $80 to $300 a day. So we seem to be kind of middle of the road there. But we need to plug it in either in the general fund or in reassessment. I think his preference would be general fund. We paid for it from reassessment in '24. So those are some discussions that we probably should have.
Which line item is that one?
Board members, and
So the
so you could see.
1132.
Yeah.
Okay.
1132. It has been paid from general fund in the past. If we go to reassessment, we paid for it from reassessment last year. So it's this 1132, 14,400 is what was appropriated.
Page 66, is that in our book? Is that the right one?
Fund
Maybe.
1224.
What page is it?
85.
85.
Fund
Okay.
1224.
Oh, yeah, board members. Last year was 14,000. We approved 14.
Yes, and that was at 140 per day, I believe.
Was it 140?
They didn't spend anything over 5,000 last year. 6,000. Look at it. 23 and then go back to 22, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's, I think,
22 was
Yeah.
26 something.
general fund, yes.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, is there a reason why it needs to be 14.4? I mean,
Well, he wants to change the pay rate, right? That's different than this.
did he indicate a change in the
He
rate?
did not indicate an opinion one way or the other. He just gave me some other counties, what they pay, and said he feels like he needs to be unbiased and stay out of that discussion. And that's what he indicated last year as well. So I believe you all had the discussion about what you felt a reasonable rate of pay would be for the service, them coming in and hearing property tax appeals.
How long has it been at 140? Has that been, have we raised it in the last few years? I don't remember.
You did last year.
Okay.
I cannot remember if it was 100 or 120 a day.
Yeah, I
Prior to
remember.
that?
Yeah. Trying to recall. Did you guys
Talk about
discuss that?
Everything like Jennifer said is pretty much the discussion of us, where we want that to land.
I'd say keep it at 140 a day, and then the budget requests go down to 7,000. And if he needs more, he can come back and ask.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't gone over 7,000 at all the last 3 years historically.
No.
I
Not even
can't say
close.
for sure if he is heavier in the second half of the year with those hearings, because the appeal periods, to file are the first half. And so raising it, that could actually be more in '24.
Does he have any estimates on what he's received appeal-wise?
On what?
Like the number of appeals he's gotten for expenses for the rest of this year?
We did not discuss that, but I can go back to him with these questions.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
I'm
if
sure they'll
he's
be
asking
happy
us to make a
answer.
decision, it would be
Right,
nice to have some
right.
numbers to go by.
Yeah,
instead of
there's
just kind
a
of us
tremendously higher
willy-nilly
number.
without some data.
Okay, and then do you have a feeling one way or the other of where to pay for it from? Would you say reassessment again, or?
Why does he prefer not? out
He
of
doesn't
reassessment?
feel like it has anything to do with reassessment. It's assessing, yes, but not the reassessment piece of that.
I say we
kind of
keep it in the same,
Yeah,
Okay.
recommend keep it in the same
Yeah.
count,
yeah.
line item.
Okay. I'll go back to them and ask those.
Yeah, I guess I'd be curious to know what his anticipated expenses are going to be at the next few months out of that for this year. Knowing how the assessment went, and all that process, curiosity, can we relatively predict what next year may look like based on
Number of
potentially a full
appeals.
picture this year?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I have a couple of numbers here on the revenue side to change. And then the only other thing he and I talked about was his cash flow, and for reassessment, it actually is looking very good. And so rather than have the tax levy equal to the amount of his budget, we discussed reducing that because whatever reassessment doesn't get goes to the general fund. So we set his levy at $400,000 for reassessment because of the healthy cash balance.
Okay. How much of a reduction is that? How much of a reduction is that compared to where we were?
It was maybe 17,000, 18,000.
Okay.
So even though his budget is slightly higher, I mean, it's not by much. We felt like they could sustain it at that, so.
Okay.
And that's one you can change the levy year to year. Okay, so I'm not going to add anything here yet. I'm going to talk to him about number of appeals and okay.
Okay, anything else on the assessor? If not, we'll move on back to the general fund, and next up is council. And if there's no changes there, then we'll move to the commissioners.
And in the general fund budget for the commissioners, I have no changes. Kevin and I met with them and Paula. Unless there's anything, Paula, that you want to change from our discussions on the general fund?
It's perfect, absolutely
It's perfect.
perfect.
And just skim over the rest of them as well, eat it and all that, right? Yeah.
I had a note that you were asking for more in office supplies because of
Yes.
paper costs.
Were you?
40.
You guys told me just to keep it moving around and ask for more if I needed it.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Yes, that's what
Yep.
we did. Yes.
Yeah.
But I would be happy to take more.
No.
Yeah, Paula's like, I'll take more.
Yeah, we're saying
Add
everybody use less
15 there, that'd be
paper.
great.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's all
I
I
thought I
had.
had to use email.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay.
Okay, we'll move on to,
Should we tackle
yeah, we'll go ahead and tackle
63?
page 63 in your book.
ADA, I think that's pretty much set.
So eat it,
Oh, where did we go? We went to eat it?
yeah,
Yeah.
eat it, sorry.
Oh, boy.
And this is where I'm totally confused.
Yeah,
Okay, on 3190, you had a note to reduce by at least 250,000 for the deductible.
Yeah, that could be zero.
No, it could be zero. It could be
30, yeah.
And 0 on this one.
Yeah.
Paul is having a heart attack over
This is kind
there.
of a continuation of our discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Hang on, though, but the 250 million, or the 250,000 was a line item, a separate line item?
No, it's lumped into other professional services.
Oh, it was in the professional service line item, I'm sorry. I was wrong.
3190 goes to what?
Yes, you're correct, it's 1 million, 1.25 million.
Was there anything else in there, though? No?
Oh, yeah, I have 3190 there.
Is 4330, is that just shifted around somewhere else? The buildings, housing? I mean, 0, don't get me wrong, I like 0.
Buildings, housing,
Under capital outlay.
yeah.
Yeah, probably, or in 4310.
Okay,
Yeah, I think those were specific villa projects, maybe.
okay.
But the 2.1, you had a $2 million in case type line item,
We can cut that to, we can cut that by $1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
And then on the equipment, 4510, you were going to add some of the surveyor line items.
Correct.
And can you walk me through those? I think there were 3.
Kubota,
Mm-hmm.
20,000. The highway ABC surveyor plotter upgrade, is for 20,000. And the GPS total station for 85,000.
Okay. Oops. Yeah, that's what I had to. Okay.
Quick question in regards to capital outlay. What about that $250,000 piece of equipment that Andy was wanting for the fairgrounds? Was that included anywhere in here or anywhere? We had talked about
He
that.
didn't submit it. No, he hadn't submitted to either Jim or CDD or whatever. He hadn't been submitted.
Okay.
And then I think the surveyor had a vehicle that you were going to convert to a lease. Where is your lease line item? Is it in cume cap?
That's the cars are usually in.
Well, yeah, but you didn't tell me about that, so we had it in. I had it in, he did it in 4520, and we changed it. That was only gonna have to have after the fact.
So we'll put that in Cume Cap.
Cume cap, okay.
Did we take 60,000 out of the agency support? Because there was an item that was going to be taken out.
Okay.
I don't, because David was,
Oh, that's right.
remember that one?
Mm-hmm. You said 60 out of agency support? Is what we discussed last time?
Yeah.
It's not negative.
Okay, anything else anything else on Eat It for commissioners?
Thanks, Jennifer. Let's do it later when the sheriff comes.
Okay, all right.
The revenue source.
Okay, next up, past Eat It,
92.
92.
Oh, it starts at 68, sorry.
Oh, starts at 68.
Page 68.
Page 68. Which one is that?
Because that's Q cap.
Cume cap. Got to get flipped over to be able to see the title. Cume cap.
And we did the sheriff's cars down to 12, correct? And we talked to the sheriff about that, he knows that.
I advised them.
Excuse me?
I advised them.
Okay,
Okay.
so what reduction was that?
Takes it to 67,963.38. Or 815,560.50 there for each one, yeah, so 815,560.
Hang on. What? What do you say?
$815,560.50.
Is what I'm taking out?
No.
Total.
That's the
That's the total.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So, one more time.
815,560.50.
And that's everything.
That's all
It's-
12
yes.
vehicles with, including
All the
outfitting. and-
packages, yes.
They're going to try to reuse older equipment as possible.
Jennifer, what I would, or vehicles, I don't know if you, this would be non-police, non-law enforcement. I'd put in 30,000 for vehicle leases.
30?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what is the transfer out? Where is that going?
General fund.
265,000 is going to?
Oh, no, I thought you meant, I'm sorry. No, for the Parks Department, 100,000 for their reverting capital project fund. The election equipment is 100,000. The hazard warning sirens are 40,000, and the law enforcement gun range is 25,000.
Election 100, what was in the last two?
Hazard warning sirens, 40,000. And the gun range, 25,000.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, Jennifer, we had taken that chunk of maintenance and moved it to eat at 4510. Did you do that?
4510.
It was the water heater for the jail, 2 chiller units were TCCH. It's this whole section right here, except for the major equipment contingency of 50 was going to stay in, but the rest of them were going to eat at 4510.
Oh, okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
thought you would, yes, eat it 4510.
Yeah,
correct.
eat at 4510, but the contingency, the 50 stayed.
Yes.
So is that does that come up to still to your total of 815,561 with that change?
Well, the 815,561
Those are
vehicles.
cars.
Those are just.
Oh, that's just a
I'm
car.
talking about 45,
Okay.
10, which
But
is
this
equipment.
is, yeah, this is all this.
Okay.
The 1,000,004?
Oh, I don't know, I didn't add it up,
1,000,001, I mean.
For just that.
that section.
1,054,000. Then if you added the other things from Zach, yes.
So what should this number be?
For 4510,
Yep.
well, with everything else I had, it was 2,229,000
Yeah,
for 4510 and eat it.
this is one.
Moving it from Cume Cap to Eat It?
No, I already had the highway equipment in there.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I thought.
I already had the highway equipment in there. Then we added the surveyor's 3, and then we added the maintenance items. So it's a total of $2,229,000 for 11, 12, 11, 10, 45.
Okay, I'm still over, okay, yeah, but,
Page 68
Yeah.
starts.
but, so what are you talking?
I'm on Cume Cap, though. I want to know what.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold on.
Oh, well,
If I'm reducing that line item.
Well, those things I didn't, let's see, I didn't have,
I don't think so. I think you want me to go back up to Eat It.
hold on.
yeah, that's what I'm,
because we need to subtract 1,054,000 from Cume Cap and add it to
Here, let me tell you how.
4510.
Yeah, 1,054,000 we are removing from Cume Cap and putting it in Eat It.
Right.
Gotcha. So much for that million cut.
Sorry.
Yeah. I thought we had it in there.
I thought that was already.
okay, so we went the wrong way on Eat It, Ben.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is
It's still early.
Those are the
Yeah.
changes
Still
Weather.
time.
after our meeting.
You're sure it's not already in this
Yeah, let's make sure of that.
1.175?
Yeah, that's-
Okay, so for 4510, what I had prior to, when we found out that we needed to add exact things to it, I had 1,050,000.
Yes.
That's all highway equipment,
Okay.
okay?
And then we added Zach's.
Then we added Zach's, and then we just moved the water heaters and the chillers and the card readers and the generator. Well, here, you can count this, because aren't you doing this one this year right now? The generator is 69, David. I know that.
I don't know that we have funding for it, do we?
We're doing it. We're trying to do parts of it right now, because they have to order everything. So we're trying to do as much of it this year as we can. Yeah. Yeah, it's to replace a domestic water heater for the jail population at $190,000. It replaces 2 chiller units with the carrier equipment at the courthouse for $494,000. You're replacing 1 chiller unit with carrier equipment for this building at $267,000. And it's installing card reader access at the north exterior door entrance of the extension office at $10,000. Then you had a generator for 629 at $93,000.
But you're saying that none of that is in the 1,050,000? that you
It was
are-
that I'm cutting from, yes, that I was cutting from, yeah, we moved it from Eat It to, or from Cume Cap to Eat It. No.
All right, so,
I'm not. I think you had some of that maybe in the buildings municipal, and that one needs to drop another million.
and are you
No,
talking
I
about,
didn't
I'm sorry, are you
contingency.
talking about an Eat It or Cume Cap?
Eat It.
An Eat It. So every, of that 2.2 million, all of those projects are outlined. So in other words, there's no like contingency in there, is what I'm saying.
Not in 4510. I mean, this is the only one that contingency.
Those are 2 highway trucks, 2 dump trucks, John Deere loader, and then Zach's 3 projects, and then everything else is projects at the courthouse and this building and the extension office and a generator for 629. So in other words, the 2.2 million for EDIT is set, meaning it's not. So I think what we need to look at is cum cap.
But what
It's-
about, what is this building, what is 4310?
That was your.
Because what I could tell, there wasn't anything outlined specifically with that
It was a
money.
contingency in case they had something to do with the
And-
juvenile detention center or something else.
And that's what we cut the million from.
Yes.
Yes. So that does leave 1 million in contingency there.
Okay.
Okay. Are we okay?
I do want to double check cum cap, make sure that we're not.
All right. Is there any change that needs to be made to parking garage? I didn't have any notes of any sort there. If not, let's clarify those numbers, and then we'll go ahead and take a break. That'd be appropriate time to do so. And then we'll come back to general fund after a break. How's that? 15 minutes, 10 after? Okay?
Yep.
All right, let's take a break.
Take a quick look here.
If we could regather again, we'll call to order here in a moment. I need a gavel. I need a big gavel. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I gotta talk to Tom about that.
If we could come back to order. She's right there.
But you don't have? Okay, parking garage, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you find our $2 million? Oh, no,
Okay.
I guess not. All right, we're going back to revenue. Make that quick change.
Well, I talked with commissioners at the first of the break, so
Okay.
got another $500,000 out of the building line item, which gets us closer yet to where we want to be.
Can we take another break?
Okay, so we're cutting that down to,
It eliminates a contingency for possibly paying something toward a secure detention facility?
Or the Southside landfill. I mean, we may have to come back and ask for it again, so, but that takes it off right now.
That facility will contain all of the products, we know we're in something.
So just know, we may come back and ask you for it back.
More than likely, that would be at 26.
Then we'll ask for another break, so we can get another 500.
yeah, because we're thinking it's gonna be towards the end of the year type.
It'll be 26. I would think, I mean, they started their new
Okay.
facility.
What I heard was we're at it for the next 2 years, so we're done.
Okay,
I just,
okay. But we
Okay.
know it's in that time.
So
okay.
now we're going back to revenue.
So
and
now
we
we're back to revenue at the villa.
Oh,
We're
added-
raising that 10,000.
Yes.
good. Thanks, Deanna.
So after our discussion, there was a increase in funds discussed,
Okay. Parking garage.
or per diem, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, now back to general fund.
Oh, are we doing the parking garage for the commissioners?
Oh, well, there wasn't any
There's
changes there.
no changes there.
No changes
so
there.
We can slide, okay, good.
That's what I said before you
Oh,
left.
sorry,
All right, back to general
before I
fund,
went to get my coffee.
before you went to go get coffee. Where did we leave off?
Okay. Well, you left off at commissioners.
And we left off at commissioners.
If you didn't have any other
If we
changes.
didn't have any other changes in maintenance or soil and water,
Then we are at
voter registration.
Do we skip do it?
Oh, we did?
It's, yes, we did, sorry.
No, Kent's fine with that if we just carry right on forward.
Oh, do it.
Okay, Kent, you're on the hot seat.
Okay.
Yes.
64, 69.
There are a couple of changes in the math pen. 31, both lines 3150 and 3210 we changed to 4,000.
Each, one of those?
Yeah, each.
Okay.
That's all I have there.
Okay. And then page 64 in our book, which is that Eat It?
Likely, yes.
Yeah, it really starts on the bottom of 63. See it.
anything
32
included on?
3240 is going up due to additional software for the assessor's office and HR systems
And auditor.
and auditor and kind of all that package, since it all falls under his budget now.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought it was submitted with that in it. Okay. Oh, that's why it's increased.
That's
Okay,
why it's
I thought you were going to
increasing.
tell me to
Yeah.
add
No.
more.
No, we're not adding, it's just
Okay.
to
An
substantiate
explanation of
Yeah.
Why
why.
it's up.
yeah,
Gotcha.
the reason why. And the line item above it, for some good news, why that's going down is because the state is kicking in some money to help pay for CrowdStrike, which I know might be a sore subject for some, but that's why that went down.
Okay. Okay. Anything else in any of the other lines? Not? What's next? For,
Page 69.
yeah, did we talk about page 69? What's that fund?
That's
Cume cap.
Again.
Q cap, yeah.
Was there anything on cume
No,
cap?
no changes on the Cume cap line.
Okay. Okay. Then voter registration in the back end of general fund.
So I think the first thing we should probably talk about is the salary and wages, 11, 12, a little bit of an explanation of what's going on there. So the federal government changed the minimum salary for exempt, for the definition of exempt, so we need to follow that, and so the salaries there will be going up accordingly.
And Sadie, you confirmed that was 58,656? And those were the only two positions that were affected by that ruling?
Correct. When we got the FLSA guideline, we looked through, and Jennifer Anderson also double checked, and those were the only two affected by that. We also put in potential overtime, what it would cost to flip those two positions to non-exempt and pay overtime in election years. There's a multitude of things that can occur if you flip a position to non-exempt, but this position seems best served exempt because of the quality and nature of work. So we would recommend it.
Okay, so keep it at that, exempt.
Yeah.
Okay, any other line items to look at?
So I think we need to talk about 1132. So typically, next year is a non-election year. And if we looked at what we did 4 years ago at the same, 2021, when we didn't have an election, my understanding is we only paid a total of $5,334, so we don't typically pay the election board members for a non-election year. There's been some discussion of whether we want to do that because they still need to meet and what it is that, and I think that's a discussion we need to have, what we should be paying that, what we want to do next year. So I don't know, Julie, if you want to talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, I do have a presentation. So it's important to clarify that a non-election year does not imply a period of inactivity or downtime for the board. In fact, it's crucial to understand that Tippecanoe County's Board of Elections and Registration is specifically cut out of the law, giving the board not only election and voter administration tasks, but also those of commissioners, because we are the executives. Those counties over 175,000 population in 2022, all counties receive board pay except Vanderburgh, but voter registration is not part of their duties at all. It's completely separated. To add, as our county continues to grow, the workload for the board intensifies. We face increasing demands from the General Assembly and the Indiana Election Division, and we are also enhancing our efforts in areas such as campaign finance enforcement. Many of you have gotten a call because we're working on that project right now, only to make sure that your campaign finance are in order, because they're going to go public. But the key areas of focus for 2025 that justify maintaining full compensation for our board members is not only the campaign finance enforcement, but also re-precincting. Adjustments will be necessary for precincts in Washington, in townships in West Lafayette due to changes made by West Lafayette after our initial mapping. Additionally, potential annexations in Lafayette and West Lafayette will require a reassessment of affected precincts. By statute, all re-precincting activities must be reviewed and acted upon by the board. Vote center plan overhaul. We need to revise the comprehensive vote center plan, last updated in 2006 when we were a pilot county, to reflect significant changes in equipment, security, technology, and law. Although staff began this revision process in 2020, progress was delayed due to COVID-19 and staff turnover. 2025 presents a crucial opportunity to complete this overhaul, requiring board review and action. Litigation. There is a possibility of involvement in litigation related to jurisdictional and enforcement issues, which may require significant board engagement, which we are going through right now. Voter registration. Voter registration activities continue even in non-election years. The new proof of residency and proof of citizenship requirements effective July 1st introduce additional responsibilities for the board, including handling appeals and eligibility determinations. The impact of these new laws will become clearer over time, and we expect to present voter registration cases that will require both hearings, board hearings. Security. Updating our security protocols is a priority, and we will present the final version of staff recommendations to the board for review. Equipment software review. The board will conduct a thorough review of our equipment contracts, service agreements, and software contracts. Statutorily required meetings. The law mandates that the board address equipment reports, certifications, and voter list maintenance reports even in non-election years. Board is a resource. Board members frequently provide essential guidance and support through consultations, phone calls, emails, and visits. This ongoing interaction is vital to the effective management of elections and registration beyond the high visibility tasks of election conduct and canvassing. Kent Moore, one of our board members, wanted me to remind you that we conduct honest elections in a bipartisan manner and that should be preserved and valued. Given the substantial and varied responsibilities outlined above, it is evident that the board's work in non-election years is both significant and demanding. Full compensation for the board in these years is therefore both justified and necessary to ensure continued effective governance and oversight. Randy Vonderheide, who is the chairman of our board, was here, and he could not stay any longer, but so he wrote this down and wanted me to share this. He wanted to first say that he appreciates the challenges you face when allocating county funds for the benefit of the county citizens and that those who serve those citizens, as elections are a fundamental service. He asked that election board members pay. He said in non-election years, it was cut years ago, meaning they used to receive pay in non-election years. The why is unknown, but it should be restored, is what he requested. He also mentioned that so there's an election board deputy that's open right now, having trouble fulfilling that. And we want to attract quality people that really will be active and understand that the book that we have is this thick of laws that we have to follow for the elections. And he is worried about how we can market this position if the pay is low. He was already turned down because of the pay, and we're not able to say, hey, next year, we don't know what the pay is because it could be zero. Even though, he continues, even though there will not be an election next year and in 2029, the behind-the-scenes work to be ready for 2026 continues. Thank you, Randy Vonderheide. And like I said, I do have a chart that I had put together back in 2022 that states that everybody but Vandenberg, that's 175,000 census people, they all receive an off-year pay except Vandenberg.
How much is that off your pay?
I don't have that. So again, it's different too. It varies all over because we're the only county that's cut out in the law where we oversee everything. We have the voter registration. Like if you wanted to compare us to Lake County, they don't have voter registration. Vandenberg doesn't have voter registration. There's St. Joseph doesn't have voter registration. And these, I think Elkhart does, but I can tell you Elkhart, they have 4 full-time people in their office. So they have about less than 200,000 people. And I'm sorry I don't know their pay. And like I said, I did this in 2022. I'm sorry I could not update that. I do not have time. I'm already working late. I don't have time to do that, but it's something that I will continue to work on and get to you.
So you're asking for off-year pay?
Well, everybody's considering it off-year pay. For some reasons, everybody thinks because there's no election, it's off-year. It is not off-year. In fact, 4 years ago, you wanted to pay the board $0. 4 years ago was a redistricting. It was one of the worst years ever, especially when the state kind of took a 2-year vacation from COVID, and we did not give us what we needed to do the redistricting. And it was a lot of hours, yet everybody just looks at elections because elections what's up front. You don't see what's going on in the back. This is a very complicated process. Redistricting is incredibly complicated, and we didn't manually do it for 200,000 addresses. It's just actually more than that, but it's a lot of work. I don't know where, and that's what Randy's trying to say is he doesn't know where, when, and why it got cut because they were paid before.
I agree with your position on that. It's like Lisa said, I'd like to see that dollar amount. Other than that, I support it.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just a non-election year, but you're still doing all the work plus.
Yes.
So-
Well, it's not all the work, let's be clear. So the deputy, this is the board we're talking about, right? We're not talking about the work that the deputies do, the directors do, or Mike does. We're talking about the work that Randy and Kent and Julie and the 2 deputy election board workers do. So they're, during an election year, they're there during the election, right? There's no way, there's way more work during an election year than a non-election year. I mean, there just is. But that doesn't mean there's no work during a non-election year. There's other types of work. So my thought is, and we can talk about that, but I think we should maybe pay half of what we normally do.
I just want to say, again, what you see is up front because election, it brings everybody's attention to it. There will be lots of meetings because they do have to do approvals, but there's a lot of work that's behind the scenes. Mike is constantly calling, especially with the litigation issues that we're facing right now, which we're pretty sure that the state will take next year. We don't think that's going to continue this year. It's next year. A lot of work is going to go into that.
But Mike is not on the election. We're not talking
No, he converses with them. He converses with them. They read over his work, all of that. So they do a lot behind the scenes. I can't talk to them as I'm on the board.
And I really think we should just continue the full pay throughout the non-election year as well as the other years.
And Julie, we're talking about how many on the board? 3, right?
3, and there's
3
2
on the board
deputies.
And 2 deputies, okay. Yeah, I mean, the more, and I've thought about this a lot, and the more I think about and listen to Julie and also hear the things that they are planning on doing this coming year, the non-election year, I do understand, I do believe that they do need to be paid. And listening what the plan is and hoping that they are going to be doing all those things, I would be in support of the full amount.
Thank you.
Other thoughts?
I'm watching Ben's,
John, turn on your mic when you're,
I'm watching Ben here.
I'm just listening and processing. right now.
You know, I guess when you think about this discussion, I mean, and we hear, you know, this could, we do this, we do that, and we really don't have any documentation of knowing. And I understand all the things that are coming up. But, you know, if there's the discussion, do you pay full or not? And if it's an off year, do we do half work or do you do 125% work versus because it's an off year? And so is there any way so that when we have this discussion again, that we have some documentation and can say, well, you know, on this off year, this is how much we did. And I know different off years are going to have different projects, but if you're looking for accountability and wondering, okay, how much time is really being spent? You know, how many meetings, how many, you know, phone calls, those kind of things.
I think one thing we need to do too is to all be on the same page. To refer to it as non-election year.
Very
instead
good.
of off year.
Turn on your mic.
To refer to it as a non-election year instead of an off year or whatever, because I do, as Julia said, and I have heard her speak before, all the work that's going into the office and the accountability and responsibilities that they have. So, again, non-election year, but I think it should be consistent and paid in full throughout every year.
Julie, how many hours do you estimate that they would spend on this in a year, given year, or non-election year, do you think? Because we are thinking 58, 35, really, a year.
So I'm going to ask Mike, because, again, because I'm a board member, I can't spend as much time. Mike would spend more time with them. As you understand, that's because of the open door law. But, Mike, can you come up, or?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
How's everybody? Happy Monday. I'm Mike Smith. I'm board staff. I probably can say that I speak to Randy every day. And I think, how he documents his time is one thing, but you know how lawyers bill. I think we're getting a bargain by having these folks. I know I speak to Randy every day, and I speak to Joe Bumbleberg comes in at least a couple times a week into the office, and I have catch-up times with him too. And Kent, also probably about once a week, I would say. If you're talking about the last non-election year, I could bring you down a book of what we did when we did re-precincting. It's about a foot high. Everything has to be defined in what's the old terminology called meets and bounds, and your census tracts as well. And so it's really helpful to have attorneys who are familiar with some of the legalese review my work, because I know it's going to go sailing through IED when it gets down to Indianapolis. Also in that last non-election year, we had to go back to IED after West Lafayette changed their council districts, because it was after the fact. And, we prep for things like that. Next year, we're going to have to take a look at some of the re-precincting, which is going to be not nearly as extensive as the decennial evaluation of our precincts, but is going to be required because of changes in the councilmanic districts in West Lafayette, and also some significant and higher than expected growth in rooftops, probably in the north end of the county, like what I'm talking about is Washington and Tippecanoe townships. And then we are seeking to save money in other ways by taking advantage of a quirk in the law that's going to allow us to consolidate some of the college precincts where there's some exemptions in the number of voters as far as a cap goes, and bring the number of precincts in Tippecanoe County down under a threshold, which triggers different billing mechanisms, which is going to save us money on another line. But you may not see that benefit for a year or two, but I need to get on this so I can save you money in the long run. So for the rest of the decennial period, until we re-precinct again in 2031 or 2032, I hope I'm around still, I will save you money after this year by addressing this precinct work. And again, all my pages, if you see the forms that we have to do, the review by the attorneys on the election board is critical and will be kind of time consuming. The other thing, the two things that she touched upon them briefly, the General Assembly continues to tinker with our law. And, you know, we can talk about the wisdom or non-wisdom of that in another time, but the forum is that we're being tasked with additional responsibilities as far as residency and citizenship. And there's an automatic review trigger in the statute now that anytime we make a rejection for someone's lack of documentation, the board has to review it. And we are at a pace probably this year to do 30,000, yes, 30,000 new or transfer registrations in this county. And that doesn't slack off really in a non-election year. Now, turnout will be different, you know, as far as non-presidential and 2 years out. But we'll still process probably about 30,000. And out of those, our rejection rate probably right now is 5 to 6%. And I expect with the application of the law, we're already seeing an acceleration of that. I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge, but it's going to create more work for the board. And the automatic trigger of review is something we really haven't experienced, and I think it's going to add some to the workload. And then, aside from that, the General Assembly is going to take up some other election law matters, and I'm hoping to have their support in going down to Indianapolis and prepping for that, and hopefully making them go down with me to talk about, like Chairman Wesco's committee, about some changes we need. So we have a tremendous opportunity, and that and the vote center plan we want to overhaul because it's 17 years old. It's outdated. It's kind of antiquated in the realms of technology. I'm sure somebody like Ben or somebody would understand that. There's just a big opportunity next year to do different kinds of work. I would say to you, it's about the same amount of work for these folks. It's just a different kind of work. And I'm fairly conservative, and you know I try to be a good steward of your money and look for long-term savings. And I want to attract the best and brightest people. And again, the vacancy we have on the board right now has been kind of difficult to fill because we can't tell them what we're going to be able to offer them. And election law, as Doug would also probably agree with me, is a very unique area of law that requires a great deal of expertise, and to ask somebody to learn that is a tall order, and requires, you know, a certain amount of dedication and changing the channels from what a lot of lawyers actually do in this town. Would you have anything to say to that, Mr. Masson?
I just think Title III is maybe the second worst drafted title in the Indiana Code, and so navigating those thickets is pretty tough. And I would say that I don't know who's going to be on the board, but the fact that you've had lawyers on that board have meant that I haven't had to get involved all that often. So
we've saved a lot of time for Doug. We've had to involve him a little bit more this year, unfortunately. But most of the time, I can get my issues rectified or reviewed by Randy or Kent right off the bat. So I think it's kind of we've drifted. I mean, when I remember started 42 years ago. It was Lou Beeler, was a farmer on the board, the lovely Sarah Brown, it's people like that. So we've kind of, as time has gone by, we've gone through a cycle where we've had a lot of attorneys serve, and it's actually kind of helped out the county. As Doug says, it's a mishmash. They're forever band-aiding Title III. So it's really for the county actually prevents a lot of problems by having attorneys on the board, and we want to make sure these people are compensated fairly. I'm just a paralegal, so I understand a lot, and I consider myself a little bit of a specialist in Title III. But these folks that have also done it for decades with me, Kent's been on the board for 30 years, Joe's been on the board for 30 years. They have that perspective and that sense of history too. That helps immensely in the office. And again, I talk to these guys all the time. You can check my emails. Yeah. So I just urge you guys to I don't know how we ever got to the point where we decided we were cutting them every 4 years, but that's not the way it was, 20, 30 years ago. I think maybe we were in desperate straits one time and they kind of volunteered. If my memory serves me, they volunteered to take a cut down. But I don't benefit from their wages, but I do benefit from their wisdom and their input.
Do the election board members have to be lawyers?
No,
Okay.
But it's just, we've kind of gotten that
So we
direction.
have all lawyers currently.
Except for Ms.
Julie.
Roush.
Yeah.
So,
So maybe we would benefit from other voices as well.
I'm not going to argue that. I just know that I take advantage of the lawyers.
Okay.
Mike, that was extremely, very insightful, and we appreciate all that you have done over the decades, and we appreciate all.
I enjoy this. I enjoy serving the people, and I appreciate the dialogue that we have here. So
Well, you make our community better. Thank you.
thank you guys. I appreciate that.
John, here you go. I will say in some of my work, another hat I wear, the amount of time you put into planning, reviewing policies, procedures, all the things, is a lot more than what you ever really truly anticipate it to be, because you want to get it right.
Amen.
We all want fair elections, every last one of us. There's a single person I know that doesn't want a fair election. I would go under the assumption that reviewing and updating the plan that's 17 years old, they may not realistically have the time to do that in a non-election year.
That's
Is
true.
that a fair statement? I haven't read,
No,
I haven't read the
absolutely.
plans from looking at you guys for guidance on that.
When Julie first came into office, she was hot to fix that, hot to update that, and bang, right away, we were into elections and COVID, and so it's been
Was that a challenge?
it's been a struggle. Oh yeah, and we're bound and determined to get this done, and this is the year of opportunity. We made reference to the fact we're one of the first 3 pilot counties. It was Cass and Wayne and us out of the 92. And we want to be leaders in Indiana. I think that we have been as far as elections, as far as transparency and accessibility and efficiency. We were one of the first 3 vote center counties in Indiana. We were one of the first folks to go to DRE. We were one of the first folks to implement back security for absentees. So we want to continue leading, and we're a little behind right now as far as that goes. And people do look to us, and that's another thing that our folks, I guess I should have mentioned this too. Another thing our folks do is we're a resource for other counties, and I know that's not really, typical taxpayer dollars, but we were frequently consulted, including, Randy, by other counties. How do you do this? Why do you do this? Is there something that we need to know before we move forward? There are still counties out there that are just now, 20 years almost after the statutes were first put on the books that allowed you to be vote center counties. They're just now transitioning, and they ask us to come or zoom in on their meetings, and so we want to continue to being leaders, and I appreciate the council setting us up to be in that position to be leaders in election fairness, transparency, and efficiencies and accessibility. I think that's what we all want, and we don't want to fall behind. And I don't mean to sound harsh, but I mean in the great scheme of things, I don't think we're talking about a lot of money here, and I think you get a lot of benefit from the money that you're talking about here.
Would the long-term plan for the non-election years, if you know when those are, would that be an opportunity that you would look at always revising the master plan? So that's kind of a, long-range planning down
We
the
want
road.
to set the contract, except redistricting, that's wherever that lands is where that lands, is,
Yeah, well, that's
decennial.
separate. I'm talking about
But
plan
yes,
that you have control over.
absolutely. And then, the other thing I want to, as, before I ever leave, I want to get all the contracts so they expire in the non-election years. I want to get the equipment reviews set into the non-election years to reduce some of the franticness.
Right.
But you're always going to have some kind of statutory requirements as far as the reviews, and they have to physically vouch for every single piece of equipment and inventory, and they sign off for these forms they send down. So you're always going to have things like that. But we were trying to get to the point where we're evening out the workload a little bit and making a more manageable and more sensible workload, and enable us to focus on the things that need to be focused on in the different years. So that's another thing that we're trying to drift to, is to do all the contract reviews next year, and perhaps even come and set the contract terms to be 4 years out. Like for our software, for our Octoscans, for our
all the things that you need to do.
Yeah.
That'd
And of course,
kinda
that,
my-
and every time, before we even send anything to Doug, our attorneys have already reviewed this, and then Doug looks at it, then takes it to get approval. So you have, the second pair of eyes, that helps protect the county from unexpected things, and a lot of times they see things that I don't see.
Knowing that the anticipated workload along with down the road, right? Because we're talking not just next year, but also setting instead there we have precedents of sorts for non-election years and board member pay. I think if you can get the contracts and all these reviews that you have to do on the non-election years, then I think, to me, that would justify the full salary as presented here.
And it's going to be a bit of a process getting all the timing aligned.
I understand that. I understand it may not happen in '25, but maybe in the next non-election cycle.
Yep.
Okay, any other thoughts? What's the,
I'll just add that I think an election, a lot of people serve on boards voluntarily and don't get paid. And I thought the reason we were paying the election board was because of all the work that they did on election day, which was above and beyond what we would expect most people to volunteer their time. I get that there's a lot of work, but I just don't think that there's no election next year. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're starting to set a precedent and treating them like they're employees where it's more of a volunteer job. And I'll just end with whatever the rest of the council decides.
any recommendation then if we were to make a change?
I would just recommend that we stay with the full pay throughout each and every year.
No, but I just didn't know if we were in agreement to leave it. I'm hearing some mixed opinions, or at least I'm reading that way.
I would, through the next year, I can document a little better for you. Maybe I could start maybe a log. I mean, that's a little bit of extra task for me, but I mean, I could try to document the hours if that's what you would like to see. Because I think that I'm trying to find a way to kind of assuage your concerns.
I want to mention that, though, even considering this as a volunteer, the problem you would have there is that you have to be driven by something. So a volunteer on the election board would not be a good idea because that means they're driven by something other, which could be, they're something political. And it has to be a bipartisan, they have to work in a manner where it's bipartisan, where they get along to really get things done. And then I just want to talk about, too, the expertise of the board was really, really appreciated because they had to hold a hearing recently. And no one else could have done it as well as they did because they knew what they were doing, because they were attorneys. But I'm not at all suggesting that they have to be attorneys, but I will tell you it's been a benefit to Tippecanoe County. And I can also say, I know that a couple years ago when their pay was cut in half, I know there was quite an offense that was taken, and my fear was losing any of them. We did not, but I certainly don't want that to happen. I would not want to lose our board.
I don't think, and Doug can speak to this too, I don't think Indiana state statute envisions them kind of as volunteers either. They do set them out to be executives. And they are supposed to be engaged. Now, I know in some counties perhaps that they aren't fulfilling the role that the statute envisions for them, but in particular, we have a carve out, as does Lake has its own separate set of statutes, and so does Porter. But Tippecanoe is a unique situation in that they're delegated with a lot more than what a lot of the ordinary boards are. But they're not really, they're envisioned as, I would consider them as an employee or as an executive.
Well, it says executive in the law.
Yes, sir.
For
Yes,
Tippecanoe County.
I have a question about the budget number. If you said there were three board members that would be paid at $58.35 if it stays the same. And then 2 that would be deputies paid at $3,047. Is that all that goes into this
No.
number?
No, per diem, voter registration per diem is in there as well.
Okay. And who gets that per diem?
By law, the clerk.
Okay. And so you will have voter registration duties in
I have always had,
the next
yes,
year?
always.
Okay.
Is that new?
No.
Well, it's
Was
very
that last
old.
year- Was per diem in there last
The
year
per-
as well?
Last year and the year before, well, 23 I received it, and 24, so yes, for 2 years. But the law was around since 1999. I think a lot of clerks didn't know.
So
Tippecanoe
you're
County-
saying it's not an actual daily per diem, it is that
We just
$2,500
did a-
stipend?
We just did a yearly, if you did per diem, it'd be nuts.
It's
But
kind of
they're
like,
there every day.
Right, but you're saying it's actually this $2,500, this per diem is what
Correct.
is added to the rest?
it's kind of analogous, that per diem, the way that the county's been running it the last couple of years, to how we handle the sheriff's contract. You know, if we piecemealed and pieced everything out with the sheriff's contract, you'd be making $1 million probably, right, Barry? But they settle on an amount that seems fair to everybody and saves the county, is good stewardship for the county. And that's kind of the same way here with the per diem that the clerk gets for being the voter registration chief executive for the county. I mean, going all the way back to, like, you know, since we,
I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the per diem and the stipend are different things. The per
Yes.
diem was in there already. The stipend's only there for general election years.
Yeah, so this is the per diem for voter registration. The stipend for the elections is not in next year's budget because it can only be on even years where there's an election. So that's why it's not in the 2025 budget. But I'm requesting for this year because it became, it was passed into law and effective on July 1st.
So that's what that will come before us in the next council meeting, right?
You as clerk get 2 different
Yeah.
things out of there. You get a per diem plus the board member salary, along with your regular clerk.
It's 3 jobs. It is really 3 jobs.
Statewide, not every clerk has that assignment.
that's true.
That's what I was saying.
Right, there's a voter registration division.
Yeah.
Combined, right.
Just us in Lake County or that way.
Porter, Lake and Porter. Porter
Lake
just.
County doesn't have
but Lake-
voter
But Lake
registration.
County, but yeah, the voter registration doesn't feed into that,
I
but
mean,
they have it.
have it, but it's not into the clerks.
It's,
Sorry.
yeah, it's there, it's so crazy. And then like Hamilton County, everything runs through the clerk's office, but they hire a full-time elections administrator and then a full-time.
Elkhart does too.
Full-time voter registration administrator. So, I mean, I've looked at some of the numbers from some of the other counties as far as when I was like studying out what we should be paying our ordinary poll workers, and I pull their budgets and things like that, and I see what they make, and we're middle or lower, and as far as how our compensation goes for a county our size.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we moving forward with this as it is?
It's okay with the rest of the council. I disagree with it, but I can support what the rest of the council wants to do.
So Kevin, because they have explained it very well and we all are aware of it. And then if you feel more comfortable that we just vote, make a motion, second it, have a vote, that way we know the majority is in favor.
That-
Right, I'd like to make a motion that we continue with the full pay throughout a non-election year in its entirety.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilman Richard, a second from Councilwoman Hamilton to move forward with the pay in a non-election year as stated in the request. Any further discussion?
I guess the only discussion I would have is to ask for maybe keeping a log or some kind of a record, because currently you have meetings, and so are we when you think about the full board, I mean, I know, Mike, you're going to be on the phone, 2-3 times or every day with with Randy or someone, but, will the full board be working that way? Will you be contacting the other members? Will there be meetings? And to keep some kind of a record or
I'm
number of
happy to-
meetings so we know?
I'm happy to kind of log that for you. I have to be very circumspect about open door law. I don't want to trigger a meeting with other people that would require public notice, stuff like this. But yes,
but
I
you know
speak
what
them individually.
I mean,
But yeah,
yeah, okay.
sure, I can try to do that. Even if I think if I did it even like for the month of January and February, you begin to see, and I can get that back to you folks.
Yeah, because we could be potentially talking about maybe just 1 or 2 people working that much more than the others, but everybody getting the same amount of money.
The deputies don't get the same.
No, but I mean, save the $3,000.
And Joe's just Joe. Joe just likes to be there.
So, to see if there's distribution of the work equally as it is during an election year.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
I will rule that it carried. Okay. Any
Thank you,
other
Mike.
things
Thank you,
on
folks.
voter registration? Anything on the, what's the other budget? What is it, enforcement?
Registration, 61.
Page 61.
Campaign finance.
Oh,
Yeah, campaign finance. Doesn't look like,
Revenue, so
yeah.
it is a non-election year, so we don't know that, we just started this. The county has not been enforcing any campaign finance until the last couple years, and.
and we also just got a HAVA grant to get software to track it. So, and it'll be actually, it'll be on the website and accessible and searchable by everybody too. So we don't know really where we're going with this.
So it's low numbers, because we just don't know what it's going to be on a non-election, but there are people that have to turn in their forms on time in January, but if they don't, then we'll be enforcing with fines.
Okay. Any changes recommended there? Okay, all right. Okay, we'll move on then
Area plan.
to area plan. John, Barry, do you guys have any
Anything, Barry?
notes or anything?
Is what it is.
Was there? Any particular reason for the increase in the 3110 line, guys, that you noted?
Professional legal.
Yeah.
Good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
Happy to be with
Let
you.
him explain it.
Yeah, so the main event for us is the reactivation of our zoning enforcement officer position that we used to have, filled by Al Levy some years ago before my time with APC. I believe the position transferred to the Building Commission and then was put on ice at some point, again, before my time. And there's been a pretty large increase in zoning enforcement inquiries and both violation investigation requests made to our office, made to elected officials that then come to our office. And so there's been a lot more interest in having a full-time position, being able to manage this better. And so that is the main event there. You did have a question about, I believe, the legal?
Yes.
Yes. That was due to, in part, coupled with zoning enforcement actions. There's an increase in it. So there's an increase in legal services, as well as a new contract that was executed with our attorney with a new rate of pay. And so we went ahead and speculated what that would be and then included it in that number. So those are the two aspects for that increase.
So the zoning enforcement officer is in your salary line as well?
Correct, yes.
Personnel services?
Yes, that's why there's a big bump there,
Okay.
is for a new full-time position. And we basically dusted off Al Levy's old position and refashioned it so that it actually serves a dual purpose, that when zoning enforcement does kind of ebb and flow, especially around wintertime. People aren't necessarily bumping up against their neighbors and having issues. And so this individual will be able to kind of float over to the Building Commission and assist with inspections, which we think will be a tremendous help to them. So they'll kind of have one foot in each department to a certain extent. And so we kind of program that into the job description. But they will be housed in our shop.
And our office has worked closely with Ryan, and I mean, this position is greatly needed, greatly warranted.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the past few years, there's been
So part
a
of your,
significant number of parcels that have,
your department, are you over code enforcement? Or not over code enforcement per se?
Zoning enforcement, not building code.
I'm talking about junkyards. People building junkyards in their own backyard.
That's my shop.
That's your job?
Yep.
Oh, I got a few for you.
Do you want to bump that budget up a bit more then?
No, I just get hit up all the time. Everywhere I go, I'm supposed to have an answer for everything, every item in the county. And
Yeah. The simple fact is our community is growing and neighbors are bumping up against each other more often.
And they're bumping up
And
against me too.
they're demanding a higher level of service relative to zoning enforcement than they have in the past. So we're trying to respond to that.
Yeah, I try to respond back here, so, yeah, I try to
Happy
tell
to
them I'll
take
do
your
what I can.
complaints,
I
sir.
can't do about all these junk cars in your yard, but, thank you.
We love that kind of stuff.
Well, I do too.
Okay. Anything else on the general fund there? Any other, we have, that's it for you guys.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Hey, Brian.
All right, moving on to Building Commission.
Make him sweat, he's new.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Be patient with me, this is my first budget.
Our budget's pretty cut and dried. Mike did it before he left on retirement, so it's been pretty consistent over the years,
Yeah.
so there's not a whole lot there.
No major changes to speak of. Did you guys make any notes, John and Barry?
Yeah, that's cool. It's like Veterans Affairs, about the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do we have anything on, I gotta get this taken out here so I can actually see the page numbers. Anything? Nothing? Okay.
Pretty simple.
It's pretty simple, straightforward, thank you.
Thank you.
As easy as it can be.
That's right.
Okay, Veteran Services, I did not see any changes there, didn't recommend any changes.
And they have enough money for flags that they're gonna
Yeah.
need? Okay. Deal.
So really, that's about the extent there. Weights and measures, same thing.
Nothing there.
Villa, Deanna's here. Obviously, we made the change on
10,000.
revenue side, and the only other, there's just a couple, $50 higher on dishwasher. That's just your contract,
That's just the lease,
the lease on
there's
that.
a little bit of a raise each year on
Yeah,
that.
and then I think,
There was another one, and it's on, I can't remember which number it is.
I'm trying to remember now, I'm looking.
Which line item did you want me to increase?
No, it's
Oh,
it's
that's
already
what she
there.
asked.
It's already
built
in there.
I was just making notes of
Okay.
what
Okay.
changed from last year.
Did I dream, or did we talk earlier about,
Oh, utilities went up 300 from the budget last
And that
year.
has our trash and stuff, and that's where that, it's the increase in the
oh, I know.
lease on that, or
Yeah, we replaced the commodes and stuff like that. That's what
we're working on it, yeah.
You know, we always talk to him about, we have this in our community and that there are others in the state, but what number are we at in the state right now? How many homes?
I think we're down to 6,
Okay.
yeah. But there's a potential of maybe one more closing, so. There was one that closed earlier this year, and we got 2 residents from that one. And there's a potential of another one,
Wow.
Yeah.
so.
And our capacity is?
Our capacity is 86. Right
86.
now, we've been fluctuating between 68 and 72. It's like we go up a couple and then we lose a couple. And most of the time, it's either because they're moving back out into the community or they're moving on to a higher level of care.
So we would be, if that one closes, we'd be able to absorb a couple?
Possibly be able to absorb part of those. But then again, it's their choice if they want to come.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else recommended for council? I didn't have any recommendations because they're pretty
Everything else
Pretty
pretty much the
even
same thing it was last year.
to
And
what they were last year. Okay, thank you, Deanna.
thanks.
Next up, Carrie Home.
Yeah. I don't see her back. Maybe she had something come up.
Yeah, it's like, I don't see
In
her.
short, we went over this
Yeah,
a while ago, and
back in June.
yeah, back in June, late June. No changes. Overall, it's pretty status quo from year to year. With the budget, the numbers, it's a 1.2% increase. With at the time, the assumed 3% raise. So obviously a little higher than that, but there are no changes that I recommend.
Ben, what is the per diem that counties are paying to place juveniles there? You know?
Well, there's a DCS per diem that they get that is, Tom, I may misspeak, but it's like $2,000 a day, isn't it?
It's all state funded.
State funded, yeah.
Per day?
Yeah, in carry home, yeah.
Pretty phenomenal.
And it's not us making that, or Bill, it's what the state says.
Right.
We're going to give you this based on our expenses and the kids there. There's low census typically, but because they meet the needs of the kids and the kids don't have to be residents. They can do day reporting, they can do home-based youth services, they can do other things like that to help prevent them from actually being residents. But our expenses are still what they are, right? We
So
still have salaries.
We still get the per diem?
Yeah, for the residents, yeah. So that is why the revenue is as high as it is when you look at that line item, but, yeah.
That's good.
Anything on juvenile alternatives? I didn't have any notes.
I didn't have anything either.
Yeah, I didn't have any notes. Then flipping on over to Prairie Home Donation Fund on page 94.
And nothing there, that's just there for as needed.
Yeah, as needed. And then anything on 4D?
I didn't have any changes there either.
Yeah. What's that? Kathy?
Francis Powers.
Oh,
That was the
Francis
other one.
Powers,
Yeah, that was
yes.
the other one.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Then back over in juvenile, we'll move to parks. Randy? We have a, how are you, Randy?
Great, you?
Good.
Boy.
We have a few minor adjustments on parks that Randy was willing to adjust on line 3410 to knock that down to 49, so 1,000 off there. On 3510, knock that back to 145. And line 3620, knock that back to 11. Is that correct, Randy?
That's
What
correct.
Our discussion
And then-
was
Then another 500 off
off of the
4590?
4590 line.
Yeah. Which is, it totaled up to, I think, 7,500. So you didn't get much back, but you got a little.
Got a little.
Every little bit helps.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So we're done.
Randy's like, I'm escaping here as quickly as I possibly can.
Thank you.
Yeah. If there's no other notes or things that anybody else has a question with, we'll call it good.
Well, I tell you what, and I might add too, because there's our repairs, or when you're looking at those, you people, you guys know, our park system, we have a lot of repairs. It's not new. Everything that we've got is, I don't know, decades old. So we're constantly repairing and repairing. But that's, my predecessor, Alan Nail, probably was up here saying the same thing. We need. Well, we try to keep it as frugal as we can, repair the stuff within-house when we can, which we do have a great staff that will go above and beyond for those repairs. But you guys, this is my third year being in front of you. I say the same thing every year. But we have tremendous amount of help from the commissioners also. So they hear it also. But you kind of get the gist. You know what's going on. So.
Yeah. And we didn't make any other changes to any of the capital expenditure lines or to the park donation. Any of those, we didn't make any changes there either. Oh, we did?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm glad you got the super sonic hearing, Sheriff. Correct, Randy? We didn't make any other changes to any of the other funds.
I was having a conversation with
Yeah,
Paula, and we are, with that conversation with Paula, which I should, the commissioners have, and given us some ADA money each and every year for the next 5 years, which will come in awfully handy again, so.
Randy, which projects will be undertaken first?
We are in the process of getting our assessment. We just went through a self-evaluation and transition plan. We're finalizing that. We're going to get all the low-hanging fruit and some of the repairs that he's got. We're going to bring those compliant as we're addressing those. But we are going forward, and once I see the report back, you will know as soon as I know.
Yeah, he'll give us an
We
idea.
talked about the ADA, but we didn't talk any specifics about
We don't have
what
that
one's
yet,
first.
back
Okay.
yet. We're going to go with our most crucial and the
Yeah.
things that we can tackle first.
Okay.
It'll be, parking, stripes on the parking lot, hard surface parking lot when we can, doors
Yes.
where we can put them, grab bars. I mean,
The basics.
Yeah.
We're going to
Basics
hit the
first.
basics.
Okay.
Which-
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
hey, thank you.
Okay, back in the general, moving on to extension. Hey, good morning.
Morning.
We didn't recommend any changes. I just wanted to make note that we talked about the increase in the part-time line that you were desiring for keeping your summer interns at $15 per hour.
They
rate.
currently, this year, we got them to $14 this year, and this next year, just so we can make sure we keep quality folks at $15 an hour, because they can go to fast food and make similar to that. So I would like to bump their salary, or their money up to $15 an hour for next year, for next summer.
And then the only other notes that I had was on the 3190 line. There was an increase there. Oh, sorry, Jennifer.
You're okay, I was just
you're
making sure that was in there.
making sure that that was already in the
Yeah.
salary.
Yeah. Which one?
3190. We talked
Professional
about that.
services.
And that was higher,
That's at 3%.
3%.
Increase from
And that was
Purdue.
predominantly for your marketing and virtual
That
programming
one, I
first?
believe, is just an increase in the 3% increase that Purdue is given
Okay,
for their salaries.
right.
But everything else, we kept the same.
Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Pretty cut and dried and simple. Next, we'll move on to fairgrounds.
Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm
Thank
not
you,
afraid.
Andy. I did not make any recommended changes or notes in terms of the one thing that we talked about was the fact that we've got a pretty good increase in the 3610 line. But that's because we weren't taking anything out of EDIT in that.
Yeah, all the
particular-
maintenance, the fire inspection, suppression system, exterminator, HVAC PMs. So we're going to take that and pay it all in-house.
So, unless I've got a recommendation from council to make a change, that was really the only one that had a,
Show the revenue that we're getting from the fairgrounds. So it's touching $405,000. 405.
Andy, I know we talked about, the potential if we did, because Kathy brought it up about that scrubber unit. Did you happen to have a discussion at all if we were able to increase or shorten the time of layover after the county fair, what we would be
Yeah, a
talking
little
about
bit.
as
I mean-
far as what revenue we've turned away because of the layout?
Yeah, so that revenue number is based on a year, but we're actually only renting the fairgrounds for 10 months because of the fair and because of turnover. This is the first year that we've been able to turn it over in August, just because I rented that machine for $6,000. So we've had business the last 2 weeks, so the latter half of August. We've had some, but we can add another $20,000 easy in August. We turned down 4 weddings, and there's just stuff that we're not able to clean the place. I have more people than I ever had, so that's appreciated and working. I mean, we're quicker than we were, but still, it's a chore to work. Get it done in 1 week. That'd be the goal. The fair comes first week of August, then we are able to rent it the next 3 weeks of August.
So 20 would be an easy one if we
Easy,
had that
yeah,
on
absolutely.
on an ongoing.
July, we're not going to get that back. We do build a fair now for the utilities used and some fixes that they broke and some things. So it's about 12.5 that will, I think Kim's close to sending them a bill. We're waiting on the Duke Energy, but about 12.5 we're going to put back in the general. But so there is a little bit of money, at least the money that we're paying out for those utilities.
With that piece of equipment, Andy, is there any other utilization for that equipment?
Yeah, I mean, as far as coming, it's DOT approved, so we could go downtown and do the parking garage, and I think you're paying $8,000 a scrub when Tony has it done, and you're only doing it 1 time a year. The goal will be twice, is in a perfect world. So there's, that, and then parking lots, things like that if it needed, but definitely the parking garage.
Are there other events that we end up having to build in a certain amount of layover or layout because of cleanup that
Absolutely.
this would help us?
Yeah, we had to put a
shorten that
buffer.
window?
Yeah, depending on what we're renting, if we're having an animal event, we know we're not going to rent that week or afterwards, right? So if we can get in there and clean it one day, we did about 20,000 in one building, 22,000 a day with it, the machine. So, we have basically 105,000,
So that 20 could be maybe 25,
absolutely.
30.
Yeah, there's weeks we're missing,
what other-
depending on what we had, what event we had, definitely.
So we may want to kind of keep that in our back of our minds.
If we don't, I'm just going to
Potential.
continue to put the money into, the rental, the 3730, or at least close to it. I got $4,000 there I asked for that I will rent it every year. I mean, that's going to happen. I mean, it saved ours. I've had back surgery. Tom's got a new knee going in. We've been the only two for the last, 5 to 6 years here. And so it's tough cleaning all that facility when you're walking behind a walker, a walking power scrubber.
Okay. Any other thoughts from council?
And that was a $250,000.
Yeah, I think it went down to 225. Yeah, it's dropped since we started getting the bids.
Maybe kind of put that on the list to revisit at the end of that, when we get done.
Okay. Do we have anything in any of the other funds for fairgrounds that I'm not?
We just have the donation fund, and that has not changed since we put some money in there when we tore the place down, sold some of the wood out of the old horse barn, but that's not changed.
Okay.
Kim's salary comes out of Eat It, yeah, which is how we started that.
Yep. Okay, and we didn't discuss any changes there, so I think everything's status quo. Anything else from council that you see that we need to attend to? Okay. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
All right. Next up is the coroner.
And she's with us. First of all, line item 1130, salary wages, part-time, needs to go to 25,000. And then we're going to initiate a new category for interns and pay our interns because of the fact that She's probably one of the only departments in the county that doesn't pay interns, and so when your interns can go to McDonald's and make $14 an hour, so we're going to add a line item and put $21,000 in that. Then our 1190 is going to go to 85,000. We are very fortunate that she's able to get a contract to look at some of our samples for your contract, so thank you very much for that. That saves the county some money. We're looking at body transfers going to 75,000 from 81,000. Before there's a question on 3210, when she pays for travel and training, that is always at the end of the year, so that money will be spent this year, so there's no issue with that. Our data plan is included in this year's budget, and autopsies are still $17.50.
Just to touch base on the intern discussion, she has 3 to 4 interns pretty regularly, so it's not just one person. There's a variety of people that take the burden off the office staff and help assist with things, and sometimes they do work out where they're able to be employed by the coroner's office, so they're already trained a lot of places, so that's it's a good kind of investment, that's how I'll word it.
Good training grant.
Yep. And she's had them for years, so it's not new.
Right.
I know Donna had them, and I'm sure Doc had them, and
My interns average about 47 hours a week, over 3 or 4 of them for the last 2 years. So, and sometimes they'll get school credit for it, but like Kathy and Ben were saying, everyone in my office, but myself and my office manager, were interns. So the training is really great, it's seamless, and what we were running into the last couple of years, last year and a half, is that they're opting for paid internships, which are out there, which I get, they're students, so.
And we're excited to report that we're not asking for any capital equipment this year.
None. Dave took care
and want to
of
thank the
that.
commissioners for
Yes,
that.
thank you.
Dave
Yeah.
did that.
Yeah.
We thought it was a mistake. Yay.
New HVAC system, additional cooler, another table.
Yeah, we got,
All the things, so.
we're square.
Looks really nice. I'd say visit, but that's probably not good
You
thing to
can
do.
visit, sure. I wouldn't visit tomorrow morning, but you can visit,
Field trip.
Yeah.
Okay,
Pretty, yeah, we did good.
all right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very good. Next up, we have emergency management. You guys have any recommendations?
Oh, boy, you ain't got time.
Enough comments from the peanut gallery.
He wants a new facility.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Nothing new there. No, in terms of the budget, I mean, Smokey helped prepare the budget, and we met with Jeff and talked with him about it. In short, there is an increase there in the overtime line by a little bit, from 2,000 to 3,000. The reason being, to justify it, is because there are more events that are occurring, and the fair hasn't come out yet, which is why you haven't seen it on the line item. So there are more events that are requiring their time, which is a good thing, right? You want them involved in case something were to happen. You hope not. But everything else is pretty status quo year over year, and they're doing the best they can with what they have. And they look forward to down the line of hopefully being under one roof with all their equipment.
Correct.
Making plans, looking at volunteers, making sure we're equipped with radios, and we've got that in this year's budget as well, so, or for next year's budget. So we're good to go.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
That was it.
That was easy.
Simple.
Oh, sheriff.
You do the legwork ahead of time. This part's easy, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Are we ready?
pull it up there on the big screen.
When you went through revenue, did you go through our revenue earlier?
No, we did not.
No, do you have
Perfect.
numbers on the
It's about
revenue?
$3.5 million. I'm kidding. The DOC.
I was like,
yeah.
wow.
No, it's like, we could have done this earlier.
Done.
No, do you want to do revenue first?
Yes,
go ahead.
let's
So the DOC money, we got 500,000 this year, and I talked to Tom, we've been billing between $40,000 and $50,000 a month for this year, so anywhere from what, 480,000 to 600,000? I would probably lean closer to the 600,000 in revenue, just because the inmate population's up and down all the time, but we've seen a little bit of a spike there in the about 585 a month or so ago. It's down now. I don't know. I didn't look at the number this morning. We had an interview, but I would imagine will be closer to the 600,000 for next year. So if you put probably 580,
Well, I had 700 in there.
that's great.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't know what that'll be. You could have 700.
Okay.
I like the way Jennifer's thinking.
Okay, let's think 700.
But I don't know.
Leave 700.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leave it
What
there.
about
Okay.
for the rest of this year? Because I know you've billed timely, but you're not getting it timely.
Right, and there's no way to know. And we just got back from the sheriff conference a month ago, and nobody knows.
I should put something in there.
Yeah, 'cause
For
we
the
have
rest of the
0
year?
in there right
The
now.
rest
Well,
of
we
this
have,
year.
for this year, we just received, what, 500,000?
So, because we're showing 132.5, just shy of it so far as of the end of June. But how much more did you say you just received?
You did receive, it was in July.
Yeah, 500,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so put that into the
Okay.
balance of 24 then.
24. Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
all righty.
All right.
Then we'll go
Is
back
that
to
good? Go back to
the
general fund.
budget side, general fund.
Okay, so, the very first line item, 1110, we can take $700,000 off of that.
And I sent an email to my staff, because a lot of them watch these hearings.
Okay.
We're not cutting positions,
No,
we're not cutting salaries.
right.
What we're anticipating is, historically, and it's been this way forever, we're always short in the jail. I think we have 2 more starting Wednesday, so our number will be down to 12 or 14. They've interviewed over 250 people in the last 3 years, so we're trying, but historically, we're low in the jail. Last year, I think, later in the fall, maybe September, October, we had, what, $775,000 in salaries left over? So we anticipate that happening, which would help the bottom line here. Obviously, we can come back and ask, but we know it's always going to be that way. It'll be my last 2.5 years, the next sheriff's 4 or 8, the next sheriff, there's always going to be a shortage in the jail. It's just the way it is.
Now, conversely, we'll look at the overtime line, and you'll see that's gone up by $150,000 from $300 to $450, and that's because of the vacancies, and realizing that we can transfer. So if we hire people into the spots, we're taking $700,000, we can transfer money from the overtime. Realizing overtime at the fair just costs $55,000.
Yes.
That alone.
You know, just for that alone, and because of the jail. And so it's kind of a balancing act, and realizing we can transfer within those funds.
And we have, again, those that are watching this,
Yes.
we have mandatory overtime for the jail, and we have merit deputies that are signing up. I just talked to Sergeant Webb this morning. He's signing up for it. So, and we have other staff they're wanting to train and learn how to work central, so they're actually eager. It gives them the opportunity to work overtime, but the goal is to never have to force it. So anyway, that obviously helps a little bit. The other thing I was looking at, I don't know if you want to keep going down and do your thing. I was looking at the inmate medical, which are our medical bills, is at $31.45. If you look, that was like a 53% increase, so we were asking for $342. But if you look back, if I remember right, the 2022, I could be wrong, but I think we had 2 that were on dialysis, and it was very long and expensive. we haven't had that. This year, we've only spent 68 of the 317. I'm not, this is like saying the quiet word back in the jail. I'm not anticipating anything, but we should be under budget for that. So my thought was, what if we cut that to 300?
Got 42 there.
Cut 3145 to 300,000. That's inmate medical. We haven't spent, I'm going to jinx this, but.
Okay,
yeah.
but that's it. You talked
It
about
could change, could change.
Okay, so but you talked about a 5% increase plus additional nursing hours.
You're talking about inmate.
Okay.
You're talking about QCC. This is the medical bills.
This is the medical,
This is
and
the-
Yeah.
okay, I just
we're
wanna
still in
make
the
sure.
sheriff's side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had it in the wrong column then,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well,
Okay,
and
just
then
want to make sure.
The other one we had talked about was down on the repair and maintenance, 3610.
Taking 4.
Yes.
We talked about taking 40 there.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We're just going to let the building fall in.
Okay.
The T27, not
You
the
just got a new
jail.
roof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It sounds like it was falling in again this morning.
3610, cut 40.
The new roof, they're up there and stuff's banging around and falling.
208.
They're
Yeah.
coming through.
Sorry, Kevin, I wrote that here and I had it on the wrong spot.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
And I did not have any notes. Did you, Kathy, on the jail side?
No. No.
Are you assuming 100% of the merit deputies being filled?
Well, they
Assume,
Yes,
I mean,
we're
that's-
4 short.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have 8 in the process now. We're getting some very good applicants. Will they all make it through? Don't know, but
Okay.
yeah, I would leave that.
Yeah, I think last year we took out of both, and I would not want to take out of both at
At that
any
kind
more
of
than the
level?
700,000.
Yeah.
That helps quite a bit.
Okay. Anything on, what are the other?
I didn't have
funds?
anything until we get to 911.
Yeah, and that, like
911,
we discussed,
yes.
we'll have to meet with Commissioner Brown. And the reason being, we were going to sit down and have talk about sustainability of that fund, but that's where we were with that. And you're back.
89. Oh, Tom's not here to talk about the animal control, so we'll talk about that later. Okay.
Do you want to look at lit public safety and with the COIT, I keep saying COIT, with the lit number that we got for that, I think you have a little bit more room in that fund. If you wanted to shift any people. Because you have a budget in the lit public safety.
Yes, yeah.
Fund as well.
What page is that one on?
So Fund 1170.
1170.
Okay, here we go. 1170. Okay, Sheriff Personnel Services. Okay. Well, we were talking about the certifications. The extra
The special,
pay,
the special.
Special,
specialty
yes.
pay, Yeah.
Yes, but we've had a conversation through email about sitting down, and I got the list at my desk, I just need to clean it up, of what actually those are, so it isn't, so you know exactly what it is. But it's specialty pay, I believe, started under Sheriff Brown. And since then, we've added, because of growth, we've added drones and more canines and training officers in the jail and training personnel and dispatch. But it's a way, those people are doing extra work for us to help the office. And the specialty pay is a way to thank them for the extra time that they're giving. And it's always been $500, and you max out at 3 specialties, so $1,500. You get that towards the end of the year, and it's taxed. And talking with the other surrounding departments to keep us up to speed. Basically, all of them make about $1,000 per specialty. There's some that I think it's Lafayette. I'd have to look again, but they start off at like $1,500 for the first specialty, then $250 for each additional. But it was maybe look at a time to increase that pay a little bit to say because they are working their tails off, especially in the jail and dispatch. Just to say thank you for stepping up and doing extra for our office.
And we were saying that they could only get a maximum of three.
Three.
They could do more, but they only.
But yeah, and we have people that do that. They're involved in more.
Three of the specialties.
Yeah, just keeping the max the same, but increasing, looking at increasing the pay and increasing who would get paid out of that.
Because it hasn't been increased for how many years now?
I believe since Sheriff Brown.
How many is
I
that?
think you started it. It's 500. It's 500 and stayed at 500 since
How
then.
many years ago? 12? Is that? No.
Yeah.
So 12 years.
Yeah, it's been.
What we tried to do was look at what other area departments.
Where does that come out of? What line? Does that come out
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and we have an armor too, but we don't compensate for that. It's strictly our specialty things. Detectives is considered a specialty. Crash reconstruct, drone, EOD, SRT, water rescue, hostage negotiation. I mean, there's a list.
So what we were talking about potentially is taking that and moving that whole section out of the general fund to lit for the specialty.
Right.
Since there's a little wiggle room there. Take that 62.5.
Does the 62.5 accomplish the raise potential or not?
I will have to get back with you. That's what we were working on
Okay.
Last week for today, and we had some people out of the office. We were doing numbers and trying to.
So if we increase that to 750 or 1,000 per specialty or something.
Yeah, well, I think we'll be able to get that to you fairly
increased number need
quickly.
to be?
Yeah, we should be able to get that fairly quickly to you.
Okay.
We're working on trying to email night shifters and stuff is a little difficult.
Jennifer, how much wiggle room do we have in lit if we?
Yeah, let me get this note.
We can
I think we
accommodate
need to
that
talk
amount.
about that.
And then increasing it and then keeping it still at 3.
Yes, yeah, we won't all of a sudden start paying 4 and 5.
Right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so where we're at with lit public safety, I assumed that we would not spend the 1 million we set aside for bricks and mortar. So I took that out of the equation for second half expenditures. Figured in the second half revenue, and that the ending balance would be almost 6 million. And then we're on the positive side right now of 178,000.
Okay, so if we
For
moved 100,000
25.
for the specialty, and I don't think it's going to cost, you know, because we've already added an additional 12.5,
Mhm.
so it could accommodate that. Okay,
Right.
Okay.
so if you can get that.
Yeah, I'll get that for you. It's actually sitting to the right of my computer screen, and I was writing down the numbers, and then it's just math.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on any of the other funds, Kathy, that you remembered? I'm trying to recall any of my
No,
other
that's all I have.
You're going to ask about animal control?
Oh, well, Tom's not here
Tom's
yet.
not back yet.
Tom's not back.
Okay.
Okay. so
He
we
said
can-
go ahead and
yeah.
take the money, and they would do it all.
The question
They
is,
would-
the question is that in the sheriff's department, there's a budget that they have to, if there's an animal and Purdue has to take care of the animal after hours, then they get the bill. And the question is, why can't that go into the animal sheltering? And so that we know the number on how much it's costing us for animal sheltering versus having their department get the bills and have to take care of it because the contract says that it's whoever the county.
Yeah, so what ends up happening, if there's an animal taken there after hours, and they need to tend to the animal medically, they end up calling a captain. In this case, it's Captain Ricks right now. It'll be Captain Hangy in a few weeks. So we end up becoming the middleman in a something I don't think a captain should be making a decision for. Right now, with the animal shelter that we have and the staff that they have, I think it would make more sense to transfer those funds and that decision-making to the people that are in the know.
Yeah.
Just,
Say the source of that fund right now is a fine that runs through the courts.
right, and we could, if, through those tickets and things, those fines then could just go straight to them.
To the revenue.
Yeah.
Because we were going through this, and I'd never even noticed it before until we were going through the budget
Yeah.
the other day, so.
So it's like.
It's a hidden thing, no. But actually, it's one of the, we've been doing it for many, many years. It really came to our attention recently with some of the bills that came in, and just kind of understand, why are we getting this phone call at 2 in the morning? It's a vet thing, and I don't believe I have a vet on my staff.
Well, we'll talk to Tom when he gets in, but if there's not an issue with the auditor and doing that, and Paula, okay. And the other commissioners that are in the building. Okay.
I agree with what Kathy
Yeah,
said.
just put it all in.
Makes more sense for it to be transferred.
Yeah,
Right.
just put it all in one bucket.
Put it in one
Yeah,
rather than
one
having it in
bucket.
two places.
Yeah, okay.
There is I don't think anybody knows speak about revenue, but there is there's also a small amount of revenue that's generated from fines for animal control issues as
That's what
well.
we're talking
That's
about,
what we're
yeah,
about to,
yeah.
It's having all that just go there.
Yeah. Because we're not seeing large amounts of money. I think it was, what, $2,600 or $2,400 last couple of years each year going through.
Yes.
That's what the
Yeah.
numbers, yeah, so, okay.
Okay,
Just kind of a cleanup thing. Thank you. Thanks.
all right. It's almost 10 till. Do we want to try to accomplish one more, or do we want to break?
What's next?
Community corrections is next.
You finished with me?
Are we all finished with the
Oh, yeah,
sheriff?
you-
I thought we were, unless there was something else that I wasn't aware of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
oh,
By all means, then if
Oh,
that's the
yes.
case, then
is she okay? Oh,
oh dear.
Safe.
Okay, saved it. Yes, come on up.
You see the look she's giving you?
Yeah, you just got the stink eye by twice, I think.
Which department? He's used to it, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
He isn't scary.
All right. Sorry, we're skipping ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Well, HFI though, too.
What page?
Kevin, can we hit all the health?
Yes, let's, yeah. Right. So,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my page number, health.
59.
Page 59 in your book, if you're following along there.
Here we go.
I am more.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and start the 1110 line. What was originally requested was $2,013,503. We met and we talked, and it was just a for lack of a better description, a typo. Things just kind of got shifted to the wrong fund. So we're going to reduce 1110 down to $1,259,388.
Okay.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Oops.
Okay, I'll say it again.
We're on page 60.
Page 60.
It starts on 59, but it literally goes right to the
Yeah.
next page.
So again, you need that number one more
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
1,259,388.
Yep.
And if I misspeak, just interrupt, please.
Nope, you're right on the money.
Okay, for payroll purposes, we will need to know which
positions
Yes.
at some
We
point in the
put
future.
HFI with general, that was my mistake.
Okay.
So we have that all documented.
Yeah, just a
Yep.
typo, so people can hear that all the salaries from HFI as well got thrown into the general on accident. So we're just kind of correcting a typo is all. But that does help that green number up there, by the way.
Yes, it does.
Luckily, it's the right way.
Going down to 2110,
Yeah.
office supplies general. Currently, they're requesting 4,000. We're going to drop that to 1,000. 2120, office supplies forms, requesting 5,000, drop to 0. Continuing on down, 3110, professional services legal, requesting 10,000, dropping that down to 1,000.
What precipitated that?
Huh?
What precipitated that drop, $9,000 in legal service?
So she can use HFI and some
Yeah,
other
HFI.
grant services to cover
Yeah.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
There are other funds available.
yeah.
Thank you.
So we're not making them cut services, it's the game.
Allocation, yep.
Okay, and that's all I have for
General fund.
general fund.
Yeah. Then, page 71, I don't remember which fund that is right off the top of my head. HFI.
You guys good so far?
Yep.
Okay, let me get my sheet out. Okay, HFI, again, we have some changes here as well. There's, well, I'll just give you the number. So again, originally requested, under 1110 was what, 668? We're going to change that to 385, 322.
322.
Yeah, 385, 322. The reason being, just so that there's an explanation behind it, is there's a position that's currently held by an employee that was designed for the community corrections program that's no longer being utilized because of a change in what we're providing services are for. There is a vacant position with the health department, the exact same salary that they had the ability to apply for, starting in '25. Kevin and I talked about this, and we're in agreement this is the way to go. There's also some positions in there that don't need to be funded, again, because of programming, no longer need the needs for the programming component of it. So that's why that drops so much. Again, a lot of it was the community corrections that we're no longer servicing. Okay?
Yep.
The health officer,
1112.
1112, I have down to 70,000, which is part-time.
I will speak on the health officer. I just got an email while we're sitting here that the recommendation holds at the 69,000 and some change
Okay.
for that salary.
I see to HR. So 69 and, is that with the 5% increase? Or do they not get?
The 5%, that's the current this year, correct? Yeah.
So that'd
So
be that
with the-
plus
So
5%?
just leave it at 70, and we know
Leave it at
that,
70 and we'll make the adjustment.
yeah.
Okay. Is that acceptable to rest of council? We'll just leave it there and then make the proper adjustment based upon Sadie's numbers. Okay.
Let's see, what else? Going down to 1130 part-time, what do you have listed there? 49, I have 67,669.
Yeah.
And this is the Health First Indiana Fund,
Yes,
so not
still in
general.
HFI.
Correct.
So-
Social Security, I have a little different number, but I'm assuming that's just automatically calculated, Jennifer, okay. Retirement, yeah. 1230. Do you have a 1230? Oh, sorry, yeah. Alrighty, so we're on 2110 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have 10,000 in there? No, I'm sorry. I lied. I misread. 220,000.
Yes, that is for our expansion. So it's for office furniture and so forth, not for structure.
220?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're talking furniture,
Desk,
mostly
yeah, chairs,
disposable
yep,
type
yep.
items, rather than large capital?
Correct. Yep. It's almost done.
Okay.
2120 forms, keep it 10,000. 2210, I've got 20,000.
Yeah.
2220, I have 125,000.
Yeah, knock
Is that what you
60
have?
off.
Yeah.
Okay. 2340, that's where we're at? Yeah, repair and maintenance, I have 45,000. And then other supplies, 2990, 93,000. All right, we're at next. 3110, yep. John, this is where the other legal services come in. You cut earlier. So keep that at 30. 3145. This is going to go up to 617,000. 3150, 22,000. 3170, 12,000. Alrighty. 3190, 100,000.
Yeah.
Is that a typo?
Oh, yeah. That is a typo for
Okay,
travel
so
and
do
training.
we need to go back
So is
and revisit 3190?
Yeah. 3190 should, my apologies, should have been the 1525, the 1.525. Those are your partnerships with
Yes.
HFI.
That's the one
And then travel and
that
mileage
gets
is 100.
bumped.
Yeah.
Okay. So then we'll go 3210 is the 100,000. All right. 3240, 10,000. 3510 utilities, 11.7. And then 3620, I have 35,000.
Yep.
Where am I? I don't see 30s.
And is this
Oh, yeah.
buying a vehicle new, or is it part of the lease program?
We didn't have any on the lease program that I'm aware of, so it's maintenance for our current vehicles, and then we have a few trailers that we've got to take care of. We're
Okay,
not
so
in the
it's
market to buy a
maintenance.
new one.
Okay. And you said 35.
Yeah.
I think along with those position and salary changes, we're going to need to look at where best to have health insurance
Yes.
for those employees too. So
Okay.
once we know, I'll double check those.
Okay. Is that it, HFI?
The 3710 is a lease agreement.
Oh, thank you.
That's for 2300 Ferry Street.
It says 36,000 for the year.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're at a budget of 3.7 million, let's say, and 4 in revenue, a little over 4 million in revenue expected.
Hopeful, yeah, we didn't modify any changes in the revenue.
Okay.
And there's a chance as a new health officer comes in, there'll be some modifications to the HFI budget next year. And we've talked and we're aware that maybe some numbers just kind of shift in.
Shift around.
Based on what the decisions are made.
And we didn't make any other changes to any of the other budget areas, did we?
What else do you want?
No, I'm talking about the other funds.
Yeah, no, maintenance and trust.
Maintenance or any of those, we didn't.
They just got
Yeah,
encumbered,
those are
encumbered
pretty much
over.
status quo,
Right.
Yep.
so. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, we are at the noon hour. We'll pick up with general fund with community corrections when we come back.
What time?
1:15 adequate?
I have to run home, so I'm sure I'll be back. But you can
Okay, all right. Thank you all.
Hey Doug, I just a quick question.
So we're at Sorry.
So I think, yeah, let's do, anyway.
All right, we are reconvening. Thank you all for being punctual. So we will, do we have any other things we need to address before
I
we
have a
start any
few.
community corrections?
Items that came up over lunch, of
Okay.
course. So if we go back to general fund revenue, we are getting another payment from the state for inmate housing tomorrow. So that puts that number at like 837 for, I'm sorry, we're not getting that much all at once. We're getting about 837 for the year, so we're getting 700,000 by tomorrow. So I think that this number could come up a little bit for 25. If you feel comfortable doing that, or if you want to just leave it at 700,000 and be surprised again, I don't, however you want to look at
We know
it.
where we're going.
So if we, 800? Or,
How much?
what, I mean, what, based upon that number?
It should be an 838 for this year, and you gotta assume it's gonna be
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
the same.
Right.
Yeah. Do
I'd
you
say
feel comfortable?
800,000.
800?
I feel
Okay.
better with
Let's do
800.
800 be
800
conservative?
to be
Yeah, I think we
conservative.
have 60 level sixes that we're housing,
Okay.
so we're getting paid, and we're not housing them intentionally. They're
Right.
Right.
Since they
Okay.
just don't have room in the Department of Corrections right now, so.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, and then as far as general fund budgets, there was under, so Zach said something about part-time. We cut his part-time, and he wanted to bring back someone to help train for a position that is vacated, but he hopes to fill yet this year. So he was hoping to have some of that part-time money for that. And we cut it all the way to 0. Is that a possibility to add back? He said the 9975 was for that person to come back and train.
For a person training he's hoping to hire this year?
Yes, hire the position yet this, right, right. I think he's just getting ready to go through the hiring process.
Let's go ahead, sorry.
Isn't he using part-time money right now? Because this person this would be Jim Butcher.
Yes, has he hired for that?
Yeah, Jim is.
So he has
back.
some part-time?
So he's using
Okay.
part-time money right now.
So he
So
wouldn't need
So he
it.
wouldn't need all
He
of
wouldn't
it.
need it in the 25 then.
Well, I think he plans for that. I think he plans for Jim to keep working part-time. I don't think that there's an end date for Jim.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So that's what that $9,000 was for? That he
Yes.
didn't tell us, that it was for a person?
Right.
Can you confirm that he's spending part-time money?
Can you look that up in One Solution? Or wherever. Do you want me to ask him that question, if it's all for that position? Okay. And is there an end date? Okay.
What time are you leaving?
The other one was Building Commission. And Tom, I don't know if you want to address this one as well.
In those numbers, do you want me to handle it? Yeah. Okay, so there's a new inspector position as well as the chief deputy inspector position. The chief deputy inspector position is likely not going to be filled until sometime mid-year, but we're not adding an additional position. So my suggestion would be to take out the funds for the additional building inspector and leave in the funds for the deputy.
Okay. And I think there was some longevity there, so I'm going to take out just 55 to make sure we're covered on all bases. Because we originally budgeted, or did you budget for it with, no, you didn't know. The position's been filled.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
They haven't
Not
started.
there, not yet. Okay. So we're taking out 55
So
there.
taking 55 out there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and now surveyor. What is, nothing has been spent in part-time this year for surveyor.
The world is paying. Jim's down there, right? Maybe he's volunteering his time.
Jim Butcher.
Huh.
Okay, she's gonna look. Okay, that was all I had.
Okay. All right, so we're ready to go to community corrections. Am I in the right spot?
Yep.
Okay.
Eat it part-time.
Is there money in Edith for part-time for him? If so, it doesn't need to be in the general fund.
Looking. There is.
Well, then, are we good?
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll let
so
him
we can
know.
leave that alone? Okay, back to community corrections. Now that we're done with that sidebar.
So Kevin and I met with these Kenya, right? Kenya, sorry. First mistake in the last 3 minutes. And really, no real major changes at all. There is a decrease under 3620, and just because they're just removing some vehicles and not replacing them is the explanation that for there. So, but for the 5510, there weren't any changes that we discussed that needed to be done.
Yeah, we did, yeah. As far as any of that. Any other questions, notes from council concerning community corrections general fund? If not, we'll move on to
Page 65.
65, which I can't remember which budget that is. 1122.
It's just the revenue, projecting about 2.9.
Mm-hmm.
And then the expenses below that. I did have some changes. In 1130, went down to 163,896.
Mm-hmm. But overtime.
Overtime, we went up to
Went
30,000.
up to 30, yep. I didn't have any other notes unless you did, Ben.
I did in 3190.
Did I miss that? I must have missed that one.
It's kind of a yin with a yang. So we're going to add $49,107 into 3190 for the body worn cameras, and then take that out of the lit public safety. So it's just kind of moving things around. 49,107. Yes, 49,107.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that discussion now. Yep. Because I had a cut on the lit public safety, but then forgot to put it over there.
And the big bulk of that is for total court services, fees and things. Did I miss anything on that? Okay.
And that includes the new contract amount.
Do you guys know? The QCC is added in it?
I don't believe it is.
I don't think we knew about that at the time.
It's July 1st.
Do you know how much that contract's for? Don't get back to us.
25,000 a month, I think, 22 something a week.
Shade after 300,000 a year.
Right.
And where,
So do we need to add 300,000 into that then?
that's in
Where are you putting that?
user fee 1122.
And what are the rest of them?
Total court services?
Our electronic monitoring.
Thank you. And that'll put them upside down a little bit, right, Jennifer, on the revenue versus,
Yes, for this, for 25.
Mhm.
Upside down.
That's gonna hurt.
I don't, is there some changes we should make there? That, I mean, that's a big number. I know you say about $1 million balance-ish in that. I don't,
But everything seems to be going up, so we're eating into that pretty quickly.
right, to take almost 700 out in 1 year is probably not a good plan.
Right. And we can't really raise fees for our participants. I mean, we can, but not significantly with the advisory board's approval.
Do we need to move things more out of general fund then? Or where else? Well, I mean, the public safety, that's spoken for. Yes, they could make it work for a year, but I'm worried about right down the road and.
Our DOC budget, we didn't get an increase in that either, so the 5% increase that you guys are recommending or may recommend, we didn't get any additional DOC funding either, so that additional amount is gonna have to come out of the user fees account.
Do you know to what extent, like what that cost is? Because we currently have it built into the DOC, or we don't have it built into 1122, I should say.
Yeah, it was $78,000 that we budgeted for DOC, and then they came back and gave us the same amount as last year. So we had to take out $78,000 and put that on user.
Is it already in a line item, or are you saying I need to add it to?
We will need to add it. And we moved it, it's all salary,
78?
78,000.
So yeah, that puts that in a worse shape.
Yeah.
Do you anticipate spending all of this year's budget?
Everything that we have budgeted already, yes.
actually, we just submitted a request for additional appropriation for utilities and for another line item. Do you remember? What Jennifer has. I was gonna say, we just sent it to her.
2250 on page 66.
We're short in utilities because of our, when we installed the solar field, they told us it was gonna be a 75% decrease, and we haven't seen any change in our electric bill. So, that's. Other supplies, yeah. So we've got another
Say that again.
70,000.
You put in the solar panel and you didn't get any decrease in your, so did you, where did all that power go? Is that,
I'm not sure. It's a good question.
Sun wasn't shining out.
Is someone looking into it? I just realized it when we went to do some budget stuff, so yeah, it's top of the list of why we're not seeing that change.
I'm pretty sure that maybe
Yeah.
the rates went up a little bit. Maybe your utility rate went up, and that's why you're not seeing much of a difference.
Could be.
How long ago was the solar put in?
A year ago?
About a year.
A year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, why is,
Yeah.
yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
ask.
Okay, so I'm looking at this, when we look at 2250, it's up 80%. It says operator supplies / food, 45,000 you're
Yes.
requesting. It's quite a jump.
So those are the meals that we get from the sheriff's department. So we've had an increase in the amount of meals that are being requested instead of people going out to Wendy's and buying stuff, probably because it's too expensive. And their sheriff's meal is $2 versus 12. And it tastes better. Bob cooks it every day.
Okay, but you've only spent 8,700 so far this year in your budget, and then, and you're asking for 45,000?
I will have to look and see, yeah.
And, I mean, even if you're doing more meals, that's a lot. Has your participation gone up that much?
We would have to look into that.
Can you look in one solution at what it is so far? It's 1122.
That's 3 meals a day.
Yes.
About 15 years ago, I recommended giving 2 meals a day. Wow.
Well, their breakfast is oatmeal, so.
That's my breakfast too.
Okay. We're currently at 14,237.
For which line?
The food.
Okay.
So we'll have 2 more quarters to pay. We pay them quarterly.
Is there a percentage of your positions that are vacant, have been vacant, not able to be filled, that we can reduce the budget for?
Well, I hope not, because we just hired 5 corrections officers. So
Okay.
we're hoping that
They
that
stay
turns around.
filled, yeah.
I think we have 3 left.
So there's $700,000 difference. And our options, cut general fund, leave it as is and be okay for 25 and, punt it down the road a year from now, but I don't like that plan.
what's the total?
So the user fee fund has a current balance of roughly $1 million
Right,
left
but I
in
mean,
it.
what's the Okay, so we have 2.8 coming in, or 2.9 coming in, and we're spending 3.25.
3.67.
3.7.
Oh, 3.7.
3.7, yeah.
Okay.
3.67.
The inventory picked up.
$800,000.
You got more customers now than you did a year ago. You got more people out there.
No,
I guess, what's the major cause for the increase? I mean, what's the, is it?
the health department no longer taking care of our, medical, because that's a $300,000 hit that we weren't expecting.
Okay, so then there's still $400,000.
Well, that 300,000 was in this year's budget.
Yeah,
It, sort of, yes.
yeah,
Well,
that's right.
Budget,
Yeah.
yeah.
But even this year's budget was upside down,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, we've been eating into it for the last several years.
So the 5 positions that you're filling now, how long have those 5 positions been vacant?
Roughly 6 or 7 months.
Okay, so there's 5 positions, 6 or 7 months, so how much could you reduce the budget by that? This year's budget, if you've had them vacant for that long. If they've been vacant pretty much all year.
We've had to pay a lot out in overtime. We're like forcing people to work to cover because we have to have a minimum of 3 people on shift. You know, that's not all of it, but it's a big chunk. I think I've transferred into our overtime budget like 4 or 5 times this year.
Can we, I don't want to say table this, but I'd like to get through the rest of the departments, see where we are overall, to see if maybe we can move something out, the user fee fund into general fund. Kind of get a bigger picture on everything,
Yeah.
if that's okay with everybody else. Knowing what we have, right, as a challenge to overcome. And maybe you can go back and look at the food, maybe it could be cut by 5,000 or 10,000 for right now, and just allow some process, some time to think about it, debrief a little bit. We'll continue going down the line, and then come back to it.
I think it's a good idea. Did you have something else, Kathy?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else on any of the other funds that we need to note?
I think so.
Heat waves.
Everything else was good.
Yeah,
Heat wave, no, this is.
we
what I
moved
was
the,
gonna ask.
out of the
When
public
he talked
safety,
about
moved that out, right?
If this is
Yes.
11,000 for here for part-time,
You got the new
we're
number
increasing by
for
that
the
much, so
Yeah.
they've only
adult
spent
grant.
that much.
Right.
and their budget's
Did you
a
get that
lot.
number, the 1.6?
Budget, so when you say how
For,
much
is
is
that
gonna be left
92,
over.
18 or 19?
Yes,
Those
9218,
two
yeah, this year.
19 next year.
Anyway, so unless I'm reading it wrong.
No, what is that number?
I have $1,658,912.31.
Okay. So that's where you're saying that one is still over, so.
Yeah, there'd be some shuffling around. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you. Back to the general fund. Two, so we're. Ready for the clerk?
One of the changes we want to make is, and why Julie makes her way up here, a line 1130, part-time, take that from 20,000 to 5,000. Under 2290, just want to let you know, the 2,800 is for new chairs within their office, because they haven't gotten new furniture for ever, pretty much. So she's planning on getting 7 new chairs each year. So she's going to spread that out amongst multiple years for her office. And for those expenses, that's, did you have?
I think we need to talk about 111, the salary for elected officials.
Yeah.
You also missed Tammy's pay, though. Remember the change we wanted to make? Tammy's pay, 50,
Into 40.
yeah, all of it for the
Yeah.
next 2 years. We're able to afford that, so 50% of her salary is being paid from the general fund. But we can take that out because there's enough money in 8899 so that we can pay her entirely for at least 2 years, and then it would have to be returned back to the general fund. But it's a way to use up surplus revenue. She works in 40, 100% of the time, so.
So we would need to decrease that by, I had $25,852 plus the benefits.
Yep. Yep. 25,852 would be reduced out of 1110, about 1978 out of, or wait, 112 would be 2896,
Wait a minute, what?
Sorry.
because all those can be added to 8899.
More than one? More than one person?
50% of a person.
Right.
Yeah, that's all.
So you first said 25,852. What were the other numbers?
25,852 would be the salary, the 50% of the salary. The other numbers would be her portion of, oh, I'm using the wrong numbers. Social Security, retirement, that, I was using the wrong numbers, my apologies.
25,852, is that what you have to?
That's the 3%.
That's on 3%.
That's
So what is
26,354 is the private.
26,354, okay. And then adding that to 8899.
Okay, what's the rationale for the 1111?
So 2 years ago, I spoke to you guys, and you had all said that you would look at the job description in December, and I hadn't heard back from anybody. I don't think there is a job description for clerk, but I do more than clerk. So I did put together a presentation, so hopefully that I can articulate it so you'd understand well what I'm trying to say. I'm requesting that the salaries for the county clerk and the chief deputy clerk be aligned with those of the auditor and chief deputy auditor, as should some other elected positions. As my time in this position is coming to an end, I request this adjustment for the benefit of the county's future and the continued effectiveness of its governance. I'm not advocating for an increase in pay for my position or of its real value, nor am I asking to match salaries of other county clerks in the state with similar responsibility. I'm simply requesting for fairness and equity that the salaries for these key roles be consistent within Tippecanoe County. The clerks and chief deputies' responsibilities include overseeing millions of dollars, managing complex tasks, enforcing various rules and laws, and dedicating long hours, including weekends and evenings. Additionally, the clerk manages over 30 full-time employees and over 200 poll workers during election years. This role demands considerable expertise and dedication and should be fairly compensated in comparison to other elected positions within the county. And when I speak of dedication, it's important to know that a clerk often works extended hours out of necessity. For example, during 2020, I personally worked 40 hours straight, only taking a brief hour to go home and change clothes. This is a testament to the relentless commitment required for the role. I have made some updates to clerk supervisor jobs, descriptions, and policies to streamline the role, but the responsibility will always remain significant. According to the National Conference of State Legislators, Indiana is one of just 16 states where the clerk of courts maintains overall election oversight within the county. In 17 states, a county supervisor or director of elections handles election administration, with the clerk of courts having no involvement. Other states and territories assign election duties to various county officers such as the auditor or recorder, in some cases even the county assessor, or they utilize a hybrid approach. Indiana is increasingly becoming a part of a minority where the election workload is combined with the court duties of the county clerk. Many states are recognizing that merging these two full-time roles may not be the most effective approach, especially as the size of the voter poll grows. This evolving perspective highlights the significance demands placed on clerks who manage both the judicial and electoral responsibilities. They really are two full-time jobs, and here there's voter registration as well. But really my point is on fairness. I believe that the auditor, the treasurer, the assessor, and the clerk should all receive equivalent compensation. Historically, the interchangeability of roles such as treasurer and auditor has proven beneficial, highlighting the need to retain skill professionals across those offices, if the electorate wishes. In time, the salary spread between the auditor and the treasurer will only grow wider, meaning in time, future auditors may never want to interchange positions due to pay. This will greatly affect the flexibility and effectiveness of our county's administration. So I'm trying to get you to think future here as well. Moreover, it is notably that city clerks in Tippecanoe County who do not face term limits earn more than the combined salary of the county clerk, who is also election administrator, court administrator, and voter registration director. That is all of the roles the clerk and her chief deputy are responsible for. This discrepancy highlights the need to reassess our current salary structure to ensure fairness and future talent. I appreciate your attention to this matter and your commitment to fairness and office excellence. So thank you.
Council?
What is the difference right now between what the clerk versus the auditor and treasurer and so forth?
It originally started at 5,000, but then 5,000 more also reaped the 3%. So it's just going to continue to grow like that, larger and larger. And over time, it would be a great difference if you continue that. If the other positions continually get 3% at their base rate. The thing is I've been told several reasons on why the auditor position got a raise. And no one else was notified. No one else was asked to turn in their job descriptions or anything of the like. And it was kind of hidden. You know, we didn't find out till the next year. I just think it's not fair. And like I said, some of the reasons, I won't voice them because it's other people telling me what their thoughts were on why it occurred. But if they are, it just was not, I don't think it was well thought out at all. But I think all those positions should have the same. I don't know why one would be more than another. In the fairness of the county, like I said, some positions may even should deserve more, but to keep things fair, at least look at it just comparing within the county.
And the point that you made about, the term limits, and obviously within our county, you have seen going back and forth due to term limits. We don't want.
And that's been a benefit.
Yes, I agree.
And I didn't think, before I took this job, I didn't agree with that. Now that I've taken the clerk's job, I absolutely see the benefit, but of course it is up to the voters if they want to keep that person in.
Sure.
But that has brought in a lot of it's kept expertise. It absolutely has. There is so much within the jobs. Just as an elected official, you have to learn everything, the county-wide too, not just your job, but you need to be able to learn the payroll system and the AP system, and there's so much to it that I think it's important. And you want to attract, that's the other part of it, you want to attract expertise. You don't want someone who just wants a job or has a political agenda. You want someone where it's worthwhile that they come to. Now, I'm not sure if that's really worthwhile and will attract, but still, I think that's where we need to look at the future. Because this is about the future. I'm leaving. This isn't going to be a benefit to me. So that's why I keep bringing it up year after year.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the difference is 4,000, and it does not get the 3% increase.
It's in page 4.
So, help me understand.
John, turn on your mic, please.
Push that button?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I know. Just to clarify, in the surveyor's office, and he just walked in, he has different responsibilities, different aquifer, trickle, Wild Creek, the Weehaw Creek, and all those different assignments. Does the surveyor, and not to pick on Jack, does he get a certain amount of pay for each individual department he uses, he works on? I think he does. He doesn't get one salary, but there's something.
His salary is distributed in different accounts.
He's distributed different categories.
Yes.
So that's how, he gets a salary and it's distributed out into those entities.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that you're the clerk and that you ought to get some of those entities, but it shouldn't come from your salary.
No, I'm
you're
saying
over
that
the voters and all this.
I think several of the county elected official positions should be the same as they are in many other counties. That's my opinion.
Oh, so the recorder ought to get the same pay as the clerk, clerk's same pay.
Well, I
as the
didn't bring recorder in. I apologize, but no, I did not.
No.
The
I'm just trying
recorder
to-
in many places does make less than everybody else in many other counties.
So who makes that decision? The
The
commissioners?
personnel committee met, what's that been? Couple years ago, and we analyzed those, and that's when those got set. So that's the answer to the question. That's when they got set.
Is what group did that now?
The personnel committee did.
We were part of that too.
The Personnel Committee went through the process, and we made a recommendation to the council, and the council had the final authority over what the committee had recommended.
And that's when those salary adjustments were made a couple of years ago.
And 2 years ago, I was told that's what happened, but the clerk was compared to not apples and apples. It was very different because every clerk is very different. They have different amount of people in their county. Some of them don't do voter registration. There is such a huge difference in the counties. In fact, large counties my size, they at least have a supervisor along with their full-time staff in elections office. That's not here.
Don't you get a stipend?
That
As voter
stipend
elections,
doesn't,
But also the per diem that you're requesting this year?
so there is no stipend yet.
Per diem.
Okay, the
That
per
you're
diem is for voter registration, only for those, and it's only $2,500. And-
Well, if you don't want it, then we'll take it back.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not an argument I'm sharing you, that just, you can't compare Tippecanoe County with these other counties' clerk's offices that are not the same. Those that have voter registration also are entitled to that stipend? Or actually, that one's a per
What
diem.
counties have you compared yourself to give us that apples-to-apples comparison?
So I did this back in '22, so this is not updated, and I've already brought up earlier some of this, but it was those counties that were over 175,000. You know, not only are their salaries, some of the salaries are more, I'm sorry, Kathy.
No, I hurt my leg.
I was told that in December of that year, when I brought it to the attention, that this would be looked at. And so I'm bringing it up again. And whatever you do with it, that's fine. I will keep bringing it up. I'll get whatever information you want. I'm just here to share it with you. I'm here to share that I think the future needs to be looked at. I think when you start having huge discrepancies as time goes on, that could be a problem.
I don't know how to answer, I don't know how to answer this, and I don't know what the value of the job, what you should be paid, that was for the committee. But you could also go back and say, well, the sheriff makes too much money. You can say the other departments, they make too much money.
Well, I didn't want to make it just about me, but I mean.
I know.
It was also brought, you know, what are the other clerks paid? Well, then if you really want to just look at the clerk, though I also think that treasurer is important and assessor are important as well, but the clerks here, the city clerks make more, so.
Yeah, I think.
Just fairness, I just think.
I think you're doing the right thing in fairness of trying to see what the other clerks are making, even on the adjacent counties. And this.
Well, not adjacent, because those are a lot smaller than ours, but ones that are comparable in size.
On the sheriff's department, you hire in, I think at 68,000, go over to Coke or over Frankfurt and get 72.
Yes, there's that issue too.
And they're
I agree with that too.
So earlier this year, we entered into a project with our consultant where we reviewed director reviews, and they took our top level PAC positions and they reviewed those as well. That study came back and was SO's director level positions in PAC 5s, most PAC 5s, but not all. There's discrepancies in the project. So the committee and the commissioners, we all felt that it was not fair to the county as a whole to proceed with raising director and PAT and SO level salaries based on all county positions need to be reviewed and increased. And as we know, our raises are not cost of living level raises. So I would challenge that looking at elected official salaries and just making additional increases on elected official salaries would result in the same reason why we've never moved forward with the review, is because countywide, from bottom to top, it's an issue. So to go from top to bottom doesn't quite feel right.
Like I said, I'm just bringing it up to your attention.
Okay. Council, do we have any other light items, or do we have a place we want to land on this one?
I think we should put it based on what was come up with the personnel committee.
Who is that committee? You and Kevin and?
The auditor.
The auditor.
David Byers.
Yeah.
Conflict.
Commissioner Byers.
Personnel. Sadie.
And Sadie.
I'm just giving you a heads up. That's what they're saying online. We didn't hear anything you're saying.
Yeah, I agree. I think the personnel committee has got to be the entity to make that kind of move and then move forward. But personnel committee is where it's got to be done.
That'd be the 86,474 number?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have a question about the 2,500 per diem, though. It seems to be buried in the board member pay. And
That's where Bob told me to put it.
Okay. I think it needs to be pulled out of there, and so if the 2,500 is given, I think it goes on this line item so that it's clear and transparent what that is. Or
This is in the
its own line item.
5810,
This is 5810, yes, and the other's
it
2010.
should definitely come out of 2010, not out of
Okay,
5810.
but maybe should be a separate
Which is
line
why
item.
Bob told me to put it in the board pay.
So as a separate line item.
Yeah, with your permission, I just think it should be pulled out
Yeah.
separate.
Sure.
And along that lines of a $2,500 per diem, the auditor is now eligible for a $2,500 stipend, and I did not make that request. So that is not in there, any line items anywhere.
What performance do you have to do to get a stipend? I mean, any of these departments, what you gotta do? Stay over and wash the floors, or, I mean, how do you get extra?
It's in the law. It's strictly written in the law that you need to perform a certain activity to get it.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer it. But you folks set the rules and you set the grids, right? Don't you set the level of the grids?
Not for the 2,500.
No, I meant for salaries.
Yes, for salaries.
We make a recommendation
Right.
to the council.
Where would the stipend even go? I guess I'm so confused by that,
Stipend for,
the 2,500.
The 2,500 is a per diem. A stipend is something different.
they're two different things.
Okay.
The per diem is the one where if the clerk oversees the voter registration office. They've had this law in effect since 1999, which we are a county where I oversee the voter registration office. And Bob told me to put it in the board because I think it affects perf.
Is this the first year you're requesting the per diem?
No, I got the per diem 2 years ago,
I just didn't.
or
see it.
last year, 2023. And this year. So this is a request for next year.
So are we clear or no?
I
mean-
didn't remove it from that.
Okay.
I want to pull it out and put it in a separate line item, but I
Yes.
didn't change the dollar amount.
Okay.
Because I didn't hear anyone say, take out 2,500 from the board pay. So let me go back.
I don't think you should take that out, but I think we should also look and consider it for the auditor position as well, for the stipend.
Yeah, see, I
And
didn't.
remember, this
Per
one's
diem
not,
is different.
yeah, this is
Yes.
different. There's a stipend that both came in the law for both the auditor and the
Yes,
clerk.
I agree. But what you're talking about, the 2,500, I don't think you should take out. keep it in there.
I did.
But for the stipend, we should consider it 3 years.
Just for where you take it out of, the statute says that the per diem shall be paid out of the general fund of the county in the same manner as election expenses are paid, so I don't know if it matters with the election expenses or not.
No, it's fine to be in 2010 where the election expenses are paid. I'm just saying, it looks like it's board member pay. And I think it should be its own line item
I see what you see.
of 2,500 for the per diem, so that it's clear that these are not just going as board member pay.
That makes sense.
Okay.
You guys get the salary statement, though, don't you? You look at that? Because that's all broken down on there.
Mhm. So, yeah, that's fine, that's still in there.
Okay.
Prosecutor?
That's all for, I think, the
For
court
general,
side.
okay.
General fund, yeah.
Anything on record perpetuation or, what else?
We have the 4D, which that's
4D,
going
yeah.
to change because of one of my employees that we just talked about earlier.
Which I think she's already changed that. so.
That's the 8899. I don't think you had any issues with the clerk record perpetuation fund, right? The 1119?
Yep, nothing.
Where are we?
Fund 1119.
I didn't have anything else on any of the others, other than changing the salary to the 4D, which you've already done.
Mhm.
See you, John.
Bless you.
Ready to walk out, hope I didn't say that.
Should we also add any benefits on that 8899?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say I can just double those?
I have the totals.
Yeah. What do you have, Julie?
I can give you the totals that I got for taking hers out and put it in the 8899. Are you in the 8899 now? Okay. So the full-time would be $51,704.
But you have that on 3%, it's 5%.
Oh,
So I got that part, I'm just talking benefits now, the health insurance and
uh,
OCD and life.
so, okay, Social Security, I got 3956.
Already got that, it's a
12.
formula.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you need long-term disability? That just double them. Yeah, just double them. So 200, 120,
All right.
82, yep.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, though. What's going to be done with the one election fund for equipment, large equipment?
She, 100,000 they put in the,
Okay,
eat it.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. All squared away there. Back to the general prosecutor.
Pat's coming up. And I know he has some good news to share with you in regards to hopefully coming to full staff soon. And that's where you're going to see some of the increases coming from within the salaries and such, so.
Yes.
Go ahead and share.
Pardon, you want to share?
Yeah, share.
Yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you for the policy you gave me to try to encourage new sign-ons and retention. We've made 9 offers in the last 7 months. 8 have accepted. We're down 7 positions. They're all taking the bar. Statistically, only 65% pass. So we may be, brings back terrible memories, right? So we're hoping that we may be very close to fully staffed for maybe only the second time in 18 years. And I want to say something. The biggest factor is these young students can now afford to, they get out of law school, have a college debt, and then they got to come up here and get first month's rent, security deposit, and last month. That sign-on allows them to know that they can put it on their charge card and they're going to get it right back. So it's working well. Also, knock on wood, since this took effect, and we told staff last November, December, maybe, I've not had one person leave. Normally, we lose 3 to 4 a year. So knock on wood. It's been a positive for them. They appreciate it. It's a morale booster. And with the raises that we've been given in the last year, and maybe hopefully this year too, these young individuals and professionals can now see and plan financially. What does it mean at my current salary with 3 to 5% every year? Where will I be? Can I afford things? The next thing that my staff asks, because I have extremely young staff, right, out of law school, they love to have a county-run daycare facility. Is that possible, HR? So we're in a very good position right now, and I appreciate it, because I know you've all heard me talk about this forever. Kevin, Kathy, and Jennifer have.
Yeah, one of the things that you'll see, the 3210, it's increased 180%. And a lot of that, Pat shared that there are several cases, 40-plus cases right now that are, have expert witnesses that's going to be causing that increase. And really don't see that slowing down too much. So that's why that is increased so much. But for the most part, there's not really much change.
Okay. Any changes on prosecutor 40 or any of the other subsequent funds?
Mm-mm. No.
There's the increase in part-time
Yes.
on 40, the 1130 line.
Yes.
Any particular reason why, or, and then the question is that sustainable given where we are money-wise on that one?
Well, the reason is we've lost a number of full-time people who have gone. One went to another county office, and we've lost 2 to Purdue. So we've only been able to hire people part-time. We interview people, and when they hear about the hours, they say, well, this isn't really conducive. We cannot work part-time. Like, I have a child that gets off the school bus now at whatever time it is. Can I work part-time? So we've been basically backfilling with part-time because of the full-timers. But that's not a good, I agree, that's not a sound business plan. So we're working on it.
Okay.
Had you proposed moving any people to or from general fund or lit public safety in between?
Yes, we did, and that's kind of a moving target. I think we have 6 full-time or 7 now in lit, and I'm not sure that would be something I'd probably have to talk to you and Jody and see where lit is, but that's one way if there's extra funds in lit to move over.
Okay.
Do we need to try to deal with that? Do we need to try to deal with that now, or?
No, I think that's something that we'll look at.
Okay.
outside of this process.
Okay. Anything on,
6 or 7? 6 and a vacancy, so.
any pretrial or infraction diversion, any changes, recommendations there?
No. Just, I know, 11:30, there's an increase in part-time for pretrial, but overtime is decreased as well. So you want to talk about that for a minute?
That request, I sent you the answer. That request is we have special projects that are starting, they're going to run all next year, that will use part-timers. So we anticipate, given the scope of these projects, that's going to be it. I think we've already come back, and I had to come back. I think, didn't we budget I've already doubled my part-time.
Part-time.
And the other part-time fund also pays for these, we have a internship program in the summer, and we hire about 6 to 7 law students, 1 Ls, 2 Ls, and some 3 Ls. And that program in 3 years has grown, but that's where we have gotten, every one of the people that have accepted have been with us now for a year, at least 1 full summer and some 2. So when they pass the bar, they have all that institutional knowledge, so they're not hitting the ground like first day on the job. They know the systems, they know the software, they know the workflow, they've been to court, they've watched a lot of hearings. So that's why that part-time is increasing to cover those costs. Because they're literally, the ones that graduate law school, they start work with us May, take off July for the bar, and they come back until September, October when they're sworn in, and then they go to the empty vacant slot. So we're saving money. This last year, we saved a lot of money with 8, 9 openings, but that's not a good thing for the system-wide.
Okay.
Had the discussion a couple of times about vehicles, and so is this 40,000 a new vehicle or the lease payment for the lease program?
I'm going to be sitting down, I think, with the person who runs that and
Okay.
ironing that out. Because
Okay.
that's a good question. I know what it was when we vendored through the state vendor through Ford. I don't know what the new one is. So we just kept it the same for consistency.
Yeah, so why don't we take 600 times 12? How many vehicles?
We're getting 1 new one next year.
So it's just 1 vehicle?
Yeah.
And then is there a trade?
Yes, do they take trades or they?
Yeah, they-
That's why we can just talk. But if it's going to save, it's going to save. But that's out of, one of my funds, so.
It's going to save up front, but you're going to have lease payments moving forward.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that's right, every year.
So do you want me to reduce it to a lease payment amount or put the 40 back in and you'll come back?
Can I wait till I get all the numbers right? Because you're right, then every year my lease payments will go up. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Anything on 40 incentive or the other infraction or diversion? Infraction, diversion?
Nope.
Okay. And thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Ready to
Pat.
move back to general fund and move back to start into the courts, ancillary.
I have no changes.
I don't have any changes
No.
on that one.
No changes on that one.
Mm-mm.
Okay, then do we want to go ahead and, saw Amy come in. We want to do public defender?
Sure. Where's she at?
Really, there's not a whole lot of changes, obviously. With this office, and Amy continues to try to find the right formula in regards to part-time to full-time and such. So still kind of playing a little bit of that game, and so that's why you're seeing some of the differences between the full-time and part-time salaries.
Yeah. It's basically just trying to find people to fill our positions. We do have I have one part-time position, and we have a young man who took the bar in July. I'm hoping he passes, because he would probably go full-time if we needed it, which would be better, but finding full-time people is an uphill battle. I guess the one thing I would like to address is I changed part-time other. We increased it, and I want to explain that because I think that's probably the most important line item you understand. Body cam for us has just really been a struggle. It's a lot of hours for the attorney to go down and watch it with the clients. We worked with the jail. Captain Lehman has bent over backwards to work with me. And we set it up. We bought equipment. We bought computers to put at the jail so we could sit at our desk, watch the body cam with our client, but you could do other things while you're watching body cam. What happened is, because the jail is so understaffed, they weren't able to accommodate that, and he asked us to cut it back to just for attorneys that were out of town, which we did. And I was taking one of my front office people and having that person go to the jail, which also was a problem. And he finally said, Amy, if you could give us somebody either at night or on the weekends, our jail people have more time. And the reason they have more time is because they don't have all the court transports and court initial hearings and all of that. So we did that. We have hired a Purdue student to come in to do it on the weekends. We've spent part of the summer training her, and I'm hoping that she'll be ready to do the weekends by the 1st of September. And that's why it's increased, because we need people who can show those body cams on the weekends. They take notes, and then the attorney can follow back up. And so that's the system we're trying now, to try to make body cam more doable, because it's a lot of money to send somebody down to the jail to sit there to watch body cam with someone, and they can't do anything else. Where I'm hoping that once she gets into the routine, that she will be able to do other work. I mean, it's not going to be anything that can be really taxing, but there may be some other things she can do for us on the weekends in addition to watching body cam with clients. That's my hope.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Okay. Anything else on any of the, what is it, 81, what's that fund?
Supplemental.
Supplemental?
Public defender or something. So there's some limits, and you can speak to the limits on what we can use this for.
We've, we probably weren't really using it correctly for a while, but they didn't really crack down on us until about a year or two ago. The supplemental fund is made for if something unforeseen would happen that county government couldn't pay to run a public defender's office. The easiest thing I can relate it to is like when New Orleans was hit by Katrina, things like that. That's what they envision that supplemental fund for. They have approved it for other things. Mr. Lindblom's great at getting them to approve things for us. It has to be an unforeseen expense during that year, and it has to be something you could not have put in your budget. So we were able last year to convince the commission to let us buy our furniture for our office next door. And so they let us do that. I mean, it's just hit or miss of what they'll let us do. with the number of this one murder case that's going to be fairly expensive, we're talking about seeing if we can't use some of that money for that. But they've really cracked down on what you can and cannot use it for. And so it's kind of a mother may I. When we have it, we call the commission and say, can you let us do this? And I'll let Bill call because he's pretty persuasive with him.
Okay. Is that on? Head on? Okay.
Yep.
All right, then, thank you, Amy.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move back to general fund, and I think we're ready for
Probation.
Good afternoon.
Okay, any notes or things that Jody and Lisa,
Do
you
these
make?
numbers already include the ones taken up to P2?
Yes.
Okay.
They include that, and they include going above the state recommended schedule of 3% up to 5.
To 5, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what.
So that's where a lot of the increase.
But I
for the-
believe they asked for something different because the request is more than what it is with the 5%. And he can touch on that.
Yes, the 5,000.
Oh, this is my turn?
You're talking about the 5,000.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was not in my, that's not in my column L.
But it's in this.
It's in column C.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so this number, just like Jennifer said, it goes up to all the P1s to P2 that Personnel Committee, I think, has already talked about. And then also anything that is, was it P4 and above, David? Right?
Yes.
The additional 5,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Can you show the schedule? Is that possible to see the pay schedule? Salary,
The salaries?
or no?
I can, but mine, the salary statement has 3%.
Okay.
So is that going to be relevant or not?
Maybe not. Okay.
Right, so Jody says it's a little confusing, I would agree. I'm even confused a little bit. And the reason for that is because we had, initially back in June, we submitted our salary statement on June 27th, and that was matching the minimums as set by the Indiana Judicial Center. And then quickly thereafter, I submitted on June 28th, I submitted an amended salary request at the recommendation, Jennifer recommended, I think I can't remember, somebody recommended that that's the way I do it as far as submitting an amended salary statement with the goal of raising the starting salaries up to what's referred to as a P2 level. And that's based upon the fact we continue to be in crisis with respect to our staffing down at the juvenile intake facility. And it's very difficult to encourage or to attract anyone with the current starting wages, and also the fact that their hours are going to be quite difficult, working on the weekends and working third shifts. Then shortly after that, I submitted a minimum statement, or I'm sorry, on July 12th, I submitted an additional salary statement, which included not only raising the starting salaries from a P0 to a P2, but then also across the board adding an additional $5,000 to everybody else that was at a P4 or above. And the reason that I submitted the request to across the board increase by $5,000 was based on the probation officer, professional association of Indiana had made a recommendation as far as what attractive or appropriate salaries should be for probation officers across the board, depending upon years of service. Popeye represents probation departments throughout the state of Indiana, and they make recommendations to the Indiana Judicial Center regarding what they believe is the market value or appropriate wage or wages. In fact, they were our good friends and colleagues back in 2023 when they made recommendations to the Indiana Judicial Center, which included a wage increase of 7.8% for this year. And they had made that same recommendation for 2025, or something very similar, and it didn't fly with the Indiana Judicial Center as far as the committee down there, as far as probation officer salaries. I understand why that there was a lot of pressure, especially with smaller counties, that it could potentially have a pretty dramatic impact on their budgets. It is worth noting that Popeye contracted with NFP, which is an agency out of Indianapolis that does workplace compensation studies, both in the private industry and also on the executive and also the judicial branch in the state of Indiana. And they came up with some recommendations as far as what would be an accurate or fair starting salary for probation officers in 2025. And their recommendation for 37 and a half hours, which is what your probation officers work here in Tippecanoe County, the starting salary, they recommended at $53,464. So it's more even than I'm asking or recommending that we move towards. Hence, I added 5,000 across the board on all the other positions above a P2 level. I mean, it's a moonshot. I know it is. There was also thought about adding 5% across the board instead of 5,000. I would tell you that with 30-plus years of experience, 5% of my salary is big as compared to 5% of a starting probation officer. Hence, I was, in a strange way, suggesting that we try to I was making recommendations as far as salary changes that would benefit my young line officers more so than myself, because frankly, $5,000 in the pocket of someone with 0 years of experience is like 11%, whereas $5,000 in my pocket is about half that. So I was thinking about it in terms of what can I do to continue to upsell and attract staff. Those were my recommendations. Depending upon if the county goes with a 3% or 5%, that's going to change, obviously is going to change our staffing reimbursements differently also. Sorry, that's a long answer to a short question.
So let me make sure I understand what we're proposing. So in the past, we've always just followed we followed the minimum salary recommendation that's on page 5 in the book, which was a 3% raise or a 5% raise? Were they recommending?
It's going to be almost 3. It's 2.98, I think.
So what we're saying is we want to do a couple things. First, we want to say anyone was new, instead of starting them off at 0, we want to start them off as a 2.
Is it P2, correct?
Right.
And frankly, that's dramatic. That's 20%, which I'm confident I can get some qualified candidates that I may be able to interest in working some tough hours and maybe one night per weekend, at least get started. I think I can do that. I'm down 3 full-time staff of 13 down at the intake facility right now. So.
And then on top of that, do we want a 5% increase? No. We're not going to do, okay. Then we want a $5,000 bump on people who are, no.
I believe, this was my understanding. I had a brief conversation also with Commissioner Murtaugh last week, I believe, and the idea was that instead of going with across the board 5,000, maybe we should look more at trying to match 5% total. So it'd be the 3%, which is your minimum salary guidelines for 2025, and then there's the additional 2% that would bring it up to 5.
Okay. Okay.
And frankly, there are times where for instance, this year, I know that my probation officers received an increase in salary that exceeded that of their colleagues in county, other county employees. And there are other times where we get almost nothing. So it's kind of a balancing act. If you look at it over the last 19 or 20 years now, it's almost an even break. What probation's received over average over 20 years, wage increases versus the county employees.
So we're saying we're going to give everyone a 5% raise like we do the rest of the county. And then on top of that, we're moving new hires to a P2.
That's my recommendation.
That's what's built into the new numbers, yes.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Sorry, it was
Yeah.
5,000, 5%.
The
I support
request
that.
is different than what, the original request is
Right,
different than what, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep.
So we're staying with the numbers you have in column L?
Yes, that's the
what I hear
recommendation,
you
yeah.
saying, yeah.
Just wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly, too.
I know. Anything else?
I didn't have anything else.
Okay.
Did you want to deal with the court services while we're here? Okay.
Yeah.
Covering it up. Page 75.
I didn't have anything on those.
Okay.
We're on pace still, court services still on pace for over 800 assessments being completed, and we're lean and mean in that we have 2 full-time CSAM certified evaluators that are doing that nonstop Monday through Friday. We have, in our budget, we have built in for an additional one, but I'm going to continue to ask my great team in court services to bite the bullet and continue to do with what they have. We're trying to be fiscally responsible.
And this one is on our watch list as well, as far as cash flow in the fund, and,
In a good way, I hope.
well, you're okay right now, yes, but
Well,
just
I'm-
making sure that the revenue can, meet the expenses, and we're not going too far the other direction.
I would like to point out that when I took over stewardship of court services, we were in the, I think they call it the red.
Yes.
Yeah, it's right here, right here.
Yeah.
And,
Back in that
Yeah,
10 years ago.
yeah. And since then, through the great hard work of my team in court services, we've crawled back out of the hole, and we paid off our, not loans, and, yeah, so we're currently in the black. That's interesting. I'd be happy to sit down and talk further about how we've done that, given the fact that actually our referrals have gone down since about 2021. But we are, one of the reasons why you see us moving back up, we have a positive slope there, is because the council was kind enough to allow us to move one of our evaluator, or keep one of our evaluator positions in the lit fund. And that's really the only reason why we're taking that liability off of our revenue stream has been very helpful as far as being able to build the fund back up. So thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to magistrate.
So I have a couple of changes.
Yeah.
I'll do the painful one first. We'd like to change the 100,000. I don't think.
3180.
Oh, I was down too far,
Yeah.
sorry.
3180
Say the judge here.
to
To 150.
150.
And that is the juveniles charged as adults fee. She's had to come back to us already, and this is for all the courts it's located here. So we thought that was a more realistic number. And then 1150, just change it to 1,000.
Okay. That doesn't make up for the 40.
No, no.
Yeah, and you're going to see this as a trend with
This
the
is a
courts
common
right
theme?
now. Yeah,
Okay.
of really, bringing them up, especially pauper attorneys and such, to where they should be. Now, we can keep them to where their original request is, but knowing that they will come back. Because the trend year over year is they have come back, and they will continue to do so. So it's really whatever the council desires to do.
Okay.
And we wanted to go with more realistic numbers and not have them come back like they've come back this year.
Okay.
Conservative, but more realistic.
All right.
Just curious, is that good or bad?
Yeah.
Is it worth holding them tight, or just giving them free pot of money?
I don't think it's giving them a free pot of money because it's in line items that, they have those, they're going to have those expenses.
May have those expenses.
Well, with, a lot of the pauper attorneys and such, they're seeing a lot of.
I understand which way you're going, I understand, I just question the thinking.
Well, they've been spending the money in the past, so,
And we're not raising it to the point where it's more than what they've spent in the last, or will spend this last year.
I think you can make that argument for every
Yeah.
line item we get.
But it really is the desire of the whole council. If we want to keep it to where it is, then we keep it where it is, and just knowing that they'll come back. And some of them twice, because I know the magistrate said she's going to be coming back again for additional.
Any thoughts as far as which direction we would prefer to go from council?
I think realistic, like was said, I think you keep it as realistic as you can moving forward.
Or we maybe give them some, but not all the rope?
Well, I think that's what we did.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking you did? Okay.
So they asked for more, you guys?
It was actually us looking at how much they were spending, and then they were concerned because they know they can come back, and what are we going to say? No, we're not going to pay for juvenile detention?
For pauper attorney.
Yeah, what are we? So we wanted to be more realistic. And we wanted to.
So if need be, we could come back and take a little bit off each.
Take a little.
You could, yeah,
Shave a
for
little
sure.
bit.
When we get down to the whole process.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well
And
then,
that's
do you
probably
want
the highest one that went out.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so then moving on from magistrate, we've already covered 40E, right, Ben?
Mhm.
So circuit court,
Pauper attorney from 50 to 70,000, so increasing it 20,000.
okay. Any other changes there?
No.
Then from there to Superior 1,
I didn't have any changes for Superior 1.
Well, the jury expense, so traditionally, they've been taking that out of the jury expense fund, so if we could go to the jury expense fund and take a look at that. I believe that was Superior
out of our
Court.
jury pay fund?
Jury pay, sorry.
This is where
Yeah.
they combine the jury pay and they combined them both.
This is where, this is Superior Court 1, right, that they did that? They took it
Yeah.
out?
They had an appropriation this year for 35.
But they, yeah, and they moved it to the general fund
Yeah.
out of here. So I guess the question is, do we still want to, and I don't, do we want to put it back in the jury pay fund? And where are we looking like for the jury pay fund for?
So you've got 30,500 to work with just for next year's revenue, but 67 overall.
67 requested?
No.
No.
67
Is the fund balance.
Oh, the balance.
is what you'd have to work with for next year.
So how much for all the courts do we have?
Right now, you've got 37.5 requested, but their revenue will be 68. So you could move some from, from one, from the general fund over.
Mm-hmm.
Superior 7 asked for some and hasn't in the past there, so you could move from any of the others if you were going to give an increase.
So maybe we take the increases there at least and maybe move Superior 1s over? Or what kind of a,
Move the 65,500 to jury pay?
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe not the whole thing.
not
that's-
necessarily the whole
Not the whole
thing.
thing.
I'm saying the
The
potentially
increase,
the
the
increase, the
difference.
difference.
Oh, the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
45.5.
And that wouldn't limit them, moving it wouldn't limit anything.
No.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah.
yeah,
That
then we
might be
can,
all you want to do, but so you're using cash balance, but that's what it's for.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
okay. Then Superior 2,
Increasing 3115 from 90,000 to 100,000.
okay.
And then both Superior Court 4 and 5, I did not have any change. Did you record any?
No
Okay.
changes.
Superior 6,
3170, translator 10,000 to 15,000.
They plan on, maybe look historically, they haven't come close to 15.
yeah. Is there a reason why
Yeah, let me
all of a
look.
sudden
Yeah.
we're looking at going to that high of a number? Did you change that to 15?
Oh, because they used to get
Oh, yeah.
a grant.
Are we to the good?
And they
We're
don't
in-
We need to
We need cuts
cut
up to 300, okay.
They're not getting as much grant money as they've gotten in the past for translators, so they need to get more from the county. And their translators are Spanish, but now they're having a lot in Haitian Creole as well.
Yeah, there's been, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's a decrease in grant money that they used for that.
for that
Originally.
particular area, okay. Okay. Superior, oh, go ahead, Ben, sorry.
How much grant money they're not getting?
I don't remember, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know that off. Do you, I didn't write that down.
I put, This use for all courts, only get 10,000 from the state. And if I remember correctly, it decreased by half?
So we were spending 10,000. Oh, I see, they haven't spent that in the past.
Yeah, I believe they're only getting 10,000 now. They were getting
10,000 from the grant.
20.
They're getting 20 in total between all things.
I believe so. I need to confirm that.
Okay.
We'll confirm that.
I made a note to look at the grant funding.
Okay, thank you.
And then Superior Court 7. 3115 again. I had 8,000 to 10,000. I believe that's it.
Yep, that's all I have.
Okay. Superior Court 3.
I have no changes. Ben, did you?
No, just a couple comments. Under 2220, supplies institution medical, that did go up 71%. The reason being is there's a price increase and also an increase in the quantity of tests given, so a little double whammy there. And then going down to 3180, she did decrease it by 200,000 because it's coming out of the magistrates more, some of those, so that's kind of yin with the yang a little bit. And then under 3190, professional services other, they're currently doing a pilot program that is working really well. She wants to sustain the facilitation of it, just throwing a bunch of services all at once to help support the needs that they're at there. And so she says it's very successful. She wants to continue it for next year.
At kids.
Okay. CASA.
Hillary's here. First timer.
Afternoon.
Hello.
I didn't know any changes. Did you, Kathy?
No.
Okay. Any discussion on any particular items?
It's pretty much status quo of what we've been doing, no significant changes.
Okay. All righty. That's pretty straightforward. We already did
Thank
health
you.
department, employee insurance. Sadie, anything there that we need to make note of?
Yes, actually. So this fund has come down a bit since, well, I guess it doesn't look like that much. The decrease in the fund is in part for two reasons. We increased our EAP services to those departments who have need, I guess we'll call it. So courts, coroner, prosecutor's office, more so than just the sheriff's department. So we have a more expenditure there. But then also our increase in timekeeping services with iSolved, for some reason, is paid out of this fund. Jennifer and I have talked about this once. I'm really not sure that it's appropriate for that entire fee to be paid out of the health insurance fund. A portion of it could be because our benefit enrollment platform is built into that and it will maintain in there in Paylocity. But it's something to keep in the back of our mind and maybe even discuss where the majority of that fee could be paid from. Because it's essentially dwindling what we're paying claims out of.
About how much is that?
Solution for where to pay for it from.
Okay.
Are you talking like 100,000, or how much is that? Out of the
Probably, I would say it's close to that.
Okay.
So where would that need to go to?
I don't have a suggestion today.
Okay.
I mean, we're reducing it by going to the other vendor, but, I mean, I don't know if it should come out of Eat It or general or combination, I'm not sure.
There's also potential to see a bit of bounce back into this fund. If you remember, the commissioner signed a contract with MedZone, and so that takes some chronic condition care off of our claims. It lessens the cost of those claims. And then there's a few conditions that have come off of our health plan, and I likely haven't seen the fruition of those in our claims cost just yet. We have some residuals still. So I don't know if it has to be a today decision, but something we should certainly plan for.
So she's making reference to the self-insurance fund and that decline of balance for the reasons she mentioned. That might be another reason to take a look at getting our health insurance reserve back up to $3 million. I think we took money out at one point to fund the workers' comp self-insurance fund. But as far as just the general fund appropriation, I actually did reduce it to be closer in line with what our claims, or what we charge per employee to be out of the general fund. So did reduce that a little bit and then had to increase some of the other line items accordingly. But I think that that's pretty tight. All of those line items are pretty well set. I'm not sure how much we could cut out of that if we needed to cut something, but it's these numbers plus from all of the other funds that have personnel and insurance that feed into the main self-insurance fund.
Okay. Any recommendations from council? Do we want to let Sadie and Jennifer kind of figure out where those funds should come from or go to?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're still sitting at needing $8,250 to finish general fund.
Or you call that good?
Or do we call that good?
96.99%.
We can adjust some of the courts, a little, I mean, to get down there.
Yeah.
No, I think we just change the 97%.
And then add more to it to do specialty.
That's rounding.
Did we already, I thought we already did we? Yeah, we already took that out. Yeah, we already took that out. All right, we're going to take a break because we're already past our scheduled break time. So we'll come back and we'll discuss any final details on general fund. And should we try to go into any other
I would maybe try to get through Highway. Would that be a good
Yeah.
place to go?
Yep, let's do that, finish the day then. Okay, we'll take a break for 15 minutes.
67. Oh, I already checked it off.
We're going to call ourselves back to order. I think we got some things resolved here. Does someone want to bring up the auditor?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. We had talked earlier about the stipend of $2,500 for the auditor position, and I just wanted to bring that back up because I don't think we came to a conclusion on that. And I believe, and I make a recommendation that we add that amount to this budget for the auditor position.
any other thoughts? Lisa, go ahead.
And the stipend would be for $2,500 for what reason? Is that a bonus for what?
I want to say what I said before during break, but she had the language from the statute up there on the screen. There's what it's for. See the highlighted in yellow?
It was anything, this was recently passed. I guess the Auditors Association lobbied for it when warranted as determined by the county fiscal body. May consider factors such as, and it lists 4 items. I did not request it and I did not put it in my budget.
So it's up to the council,
up to
but I
the
wanted to at
council.
least have had that conversation rather than just letting it slide.
From my point of view, when you think about the auditor being the CFO of the county, but then also when you think about some of the extra things that Jennifer does, serving on other specific committees that are outside of a CFO's position, you know, Personnel, Lit, Public Safety Committee, the Do It Advisory Board, Policy Review, Vehicle Usage, and some of those, the Auditor Association members, some of the extra things. I think that's where the statute, where this fits into that statute of the extra things other than a CFO.
So is that different than any other elected official? And if the state said we could do this for other elected officials, would we do it? What's the criteria, I guess? I'm a little confused.
I guess I would look at some of the other committee, the extra things that that specific elected official does as well.
Wasn't it something passed that you could do it for all judges and prosecutors and others also? I just want a helicopter.
To land on Zach's boat.
Yeah.
Are those the only two are applicable?
let's move forward. Go ahead, Stu.
Okay. Okay, back off. Okay, you want me to just start going through the funds?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1135, Cume Bridge, state of the world is fine. We're well-funded, our bridges are doing well, we're slowly moving, we're actually improving our sufficiencies. So it's a happy world right there. Move on. Major bridge, same picture. That's all part of the full bridge. Those are bridges over 200 feet, which we have quite a few. That's including Davis Ferry, which is up for replacement. We're funding through there. So all the bridge is good.
What's the balance of major?
Were you looking that up, Stu?
Yeah, it's not on here.
Oh, that's okay. Never mind. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't bring up fund balances, cash availables, but it's significant. So major bridge, good. MVH, restricted and unrestricted is where we start to get into some areas, and I would just point out all of our roads are coming through MVH, LRS, surtax. And because we're a growing county, we have major growth. We're building big roads, big expenses. That's above and beyond normal, what the average county is doing as far as maintenance. And as a result, it has to be said that we're losing ground. If you look at the roads in whole, we're losing about a half a year per mile. As time goes on, the life that's left in our average road is going down a half a year every year. So in 40 years, we'd be driving gravel if we do nothing at this rate. As long as we're still having to fund growth, which I don't see us not having to do, and we're doing this. So there is a concerted effort among all the associations, Association of Counties, the commissioners, highway engineers, to attack the state legislature. And I would just ask you guys, if anybody has any state legislators' ears, we need to do something with the gas tax moving forward. If that doesn't happen, I think that the council has been making a lot of efforts to fund locally, and we have. But it may come down to like wheel tax, some of these other road taxes. We may need to pick up the slack just to hold ground. So that I just covered very quickly all the road funds. They're all good. We try to grow them. Surtax wasn't on the graph, which is the only one that dipped because we were using it to fund the major projects, Klondike and Yeager. Now we're funding the next ones out of surtax and MVH. So we're going to roll through them. Any questions?
Questions? Any questions for Stu?
I have a new revenue number for the combined 1173 and 1176 is 5,795,324. And do you split that 43%, 57%? That's the split for this year.
Yeah.
So you want me to split it that way again? New number if that's the split you want.
Right. That split works pretty well because then at the end of the year we can justify salary out.
What is that split?
We're required to do a 50-50, MVH restricted and unrestricted by law. When we hit the end of the year, all of the local funded are salaries that are accountable to restricted, like paving, chip seal, things that aren't general maintenance, we can apply that towards our 50% match. So then Jennifer's staff does a ledger entry at the end of the year that gets us to make sure we're at least spending at least 50% of our revenue on restricted growth. So yes. And that's, we have a fairly large highway department, and we do a lot of in-house, which helps us with trying to do the maintenance, keeping the roads preservation. Anything else? We do appreciate all the support you guys, any capital money throw our way, and helps.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? Has there been any proposed, anything potentially proposed as far as the funding situation from state level at all? Or is that just now in the discussionary phase only?
It's discussion, but we're behind the 8 ball. When that did the last gas increase, we started a year ahead of where we're starting now. But NDOT is in trouble. All the LPAs are in trouble. There's a pretty concerted effort. There's some of the associations are trying to monkey with the CCMG split. I don't think that'll really happen.
Because tomorrow, it's the update of the task force, the road funding task force that the governor's put together. LTAP is reporting to them the overall study that shows that that since the 2017 increase, roads in Indiana have improved, but our good roads are falling quickly into fair roads. And in order for us to maintain, there's a significant shortfall statewide, and that has to be made up in some way. And that's then what the legislature will have to address.
Yeah. Well, there was disparity on what split state versus county was getting clear back when that all.
The formula's changed.
The formula has changed, yes.
Has adjusted. And everybody, what Tom is saying, is statewide studies show everybody dropping.
Okay.
We're about $1.5 million, even with the council support. We're losing ground on preservation by about $1.5 million or more per year.
Okay.
And statewide, it's about $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Stu.
Thank you.
You're supposed to be giving us rosy information.
Bridges are great.
Bridges are in great shape.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right. What other things do we want to try to tackle with the time we still have remaining?
We didn't look at all assessor funds, sales disclosure. I don't know that there's any big changes there.
That must be the guilty one.
On the sheriff firearms training, I had a question of the handgun permit grant that you had received. Do you know about that?
Oh, where they're giving us each year. Certain, I have not received anything I haven't received anything that says how much we'll get in 2025.
So your appropriation is lower, I assume, because you don't know.
Yeah.
So maybe just the recorders?
Recorder. What's that? Yeah, we covered that with commissioners.
Commissioners.
Do I think they quarters in,
Yeah. Soil and water, we
did that.
we did that pretty early. Which there weren't any changes in it.
Recorder's Fund 1189. The only thing I noticed there was that health insurance needs to be bumped up a bit. But other than that, that's their entire budget.
What, how much is it needing to go up?
Oh, just health insurance.
Okay.
From 36.
36 to 42. Okay.
And again, this is one that we would want to watch because we have moved all of her expenses over there, and it doesn't generate enough revenue to cover all of those, but they have a good cash balance.
Okay. Anything else on,
Did we look at CASA's GAL fund, or just their general fund?
No, I didn't have any.
What's the reason that the revenue keeps going down?
The state keeps giving less and less.
Okay.
The ineligible deductions fund, I have a contract in there for next year. I don't anticipate that being an ongoing thing, so I realize I'm using some cash balance there with that contract. Elected officials training, most departments requested the exact same, and again, we don't have enough training opportunities to use up this fund.
mm-hmm,
911?
We
Oh,
talked
Tracy.
to Tracy.
Go ahead.
Tracy's not here,
Yeah.
so we'll do that one tomorrow.
Yeah, we were, so it's complete, but we were gonna meet with Tracy, with Captain Hangy for sustainability. I mean, that budget there, that is what it is.
Okay.
Revenue is expected to exceed the budget for '25. Was not the case for '24.
With the 911? Oh, that was loud. Wow. Now, we'll take a look at that.
Okay.
Alternative dispute resolution, that flows through circuit court. Is there anything?
Anything there? We already talked about pre-trial and infraction. Do we want to talk about animal control anymore?
No, I think we did that.
We already got that.
Family counseling flows through Superior 2. Nothing. We're not there yet, but is Zach still here? Did he leave?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Phase 2, I'm skipping around here a bit. You put in a request for 25, but I believe you asked for that this year, so I think we need to zero that out because you're depleting that one down, right? This was the remainder of 4897?
Oh, so is that what we just transferred?
Yes. So there wouldn't be anything available next year to budget?
Yes.
Okay. We went through, revolving fund, is there anything there that, should we budget the bond payments for the joint project with the city?
So that's the project fund?
Yes.
And is all that appropriated?
$8.5 million is the budget request for next year.
I mean, it can't hurt to put it in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you recall that amount?
No, I can look at it real quick.
Sure. Innkeeper's tax, county share fund, is there anything?
Well, I guess that's where kind of the discussion should come for the fairgrounds piece of equipment at $225,000. I don't know if Andy's still here, and Tom just left.
Okay, so that's where you were looking to fund that one?
That's where we
I
had
don't-
talked about it in the past.
We talked about it in the past, and then Tom said no, he would find some money some other way, so I don't know where we are with that. And I don't have fairgrounds. Kevin, you know what's...
Okay, I think you've hit on everything then. We just have some homework for tomorrow.
Do we...
5:48, okay.
Solid waste or visitors?
Solid waste. Visitors. What about little we all?
Yeah, I talked to them, and it's the same budget as last year, except 4,000 extra towards maintenance, and that's going to go in a cumulative account. I don't know. If you need anything else?
Do you want to do solid waste today? Simple. Not much to it.
Do we want to do solid waste? Sure. Okay.
Okay. Just like we've seen in the past, we have obviously some expenses, and then we put everything else, all the remaining revenue into professional services to cover the cost of recycling and hazardous waste collection. And then that has to be subsidized by the county itself. So we have a line item within EDIT that pays for the additional. So, and you'll see that those costs are, the other line items within the budget are pretty standard with what we've seen in the past.
So you approved increasing this line item to 300,000?
Oh, we did change that in the,
Did, but
yes.
I didn't change it in
Yes,
Gateway.
yes,
So I didn't advertise the increase.
so that means we can't?
You could do 10,000 more. I advertised a contingency of 10,000, but I did not advertise going up to 300,000.
Okay.
So you want me to do
And
that?
and the reason we did that was because we have a decent cash balance in this fund. So yeah, let's increase it by the 10,000.
Okay, and then you could do an appropriation.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions for Tom about solid waste?
He's good at it.
I know, that's why.
What'd you say?
That you're good at solid waste?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Vapor waste, too.
It's been a long day. All right. Any others that we,
Convention and Visitors Bureau, or whatever it's called now.
yeah,
Is it Lafayette, West Lafayette? You'll see your budget, or the budget is presented in your book. Salary increases based upon what the county originally had recommended, the commissioners recommended 3%. So the salaries here are increased by 3%.
okay. Any questions for Kathy?
And David Byers sits on the committee as well.
One of the biggest expenses we see there is sponsorship, and that's what they're really trying to figure out. So whatever little bench you may have, or things like that, the CDB can help you, if you have sponsorship money.
There's an approval process in place.
Okay.
So I asked the question of the assessor staff about the per diem and number of appeals and that sort of thing, so I'm going to follow up with them and get those answers. Are there other items that we want to take a look at or sleep on?
Did we do anything with the part-time for community corrections?
No, I don't believe so.
Because we talked about
From user fee fund?
from general.
From general.
Because I had that as a note of a question. So did we moved it to lit? Is that what we did?
No, I think it was.
No? So it's in user fees. Okay, I was probably getting myself confused with my note that was very cryptic.
So we reduced it by 50,000. I don't think I added it anywhere, though. Was I supposed to add it to lit?
I don't know. Are we okay with just the reduction by 50? Ben, do you recall?
Just trying to figure out where we get 700 from. I'll say I don't recall anything else.
If we're okay with the reduction in 50, then we'll just leave it.
Yeah, because I went up in 5 part-time staff added.
Okay. Does that sound right?
That is a part-time line item.
If we were to fill all of them for the entire year, it would be over $220,000. But we don't ever anticipate filling all of them at the same time. We can't get anybody to apply for it, except the ones we have.
So probably the 163.9 is probably adequate then. Okay, then we'll leave that alone. But we're still going the wrong direction on that whole fund, right?
Yes. Yeah, so the way I kind of look at it, and maybe my brain is just the end of a long day, the options at our disposal, leave it as is for next year. There is money to cover it for 25, and then develop a long-range plan on how to make it sustainable. But does that cut it too low, is my concern. Other possibility is maybe we give it like a one-time, remove something into the general fund for 1 year, develop a long-range plan on sustainability on that aspect of it. I don't know. I'm open to other ideas.
Okay.
I think lit public safety is kind of capped out.
Yeah.
There's no room there, right? So outside of those options, unless we just cut and they do without, I don't like that either from a services standpoint.
Do we need to address 911 tomorrow at all with Tracy once he's back?
I'm
or-
working on that now.
Okay.
I'm just trying, I missed the first part of what you were saying because I couldn't hear. So I'm working on it now. I can get the rest of it, but tomorrow I'm trying to.
Okay, so we can address that in the morning as well?
Question for Kelly, do you know roughly what percentage of your user fees are not paid?
About 20%.
Which would equal what?
I always budget without time. I only budget.
How do those fees get raised? State?
I don't, well, you want to ask her?
I just didn't know.
How do those fees how are those established? that advisory board? When were those last raised? Wasn't that horribly long ago, was it?
No, about 2 years ago.
Okay. Okay, other things? Is that it?
I think so. Look at it all again and make sure.
Yeah. So those are the main four topics for tomorrow morning. And then we'll do a final comb-through review to make sure everybody's happy with where we're landing on everything. Any other last things for the good of the cause for today? If not, I'll say we're recessed until in the morning. Okay, thank you all.